draft event with the new cards. But before we do that, let's take a look at what players are actually going to be playing in the finals for us. Let's bring up the first player profile. And this is Dragir. Dragir, he comes from Sweden, been playing cards since early beta. Favorite nation is Britain. Favorite card is Monty. You see the handsome devil there on your screen. He's played for 1,396 hours. I believe this is the highest play time out of anyone in the finals. And best seasonal result has been placed number 4 in season 7. We sat down with Dragir a little bit earlier and heard him introduce himself. So if we could run that, that would be awesome.
Hello, my name is Ólafur Hrafn Steinarsson and I'm here with Dragir, one of our finalists in the 2019 KARDS World Championship. Welcome, Dragir.
Thank you.
How has your tournament been so far?
It's been exciting, nerve-wracking, back-to-back win some, lose some. Quite a strain on the nerves.
Yeah, on the nerves?
Yeah.
Definitely, I can see that. You had a couple of tight matches here, you know, a 3-2 in the round of 32. Could you maybe tell us a little bit about that series, if you remember?
Which one, the 3-2?
Yeah.
Who did I face?
I don't actually have it in front of me.
No, it's every match is...
It's all a blur.
Yeah, no.
That's what happens. But did you play any specific decks throughout the tournament, or did you change strategy in between kind of matches or rounds?
I'm known to play only control decks.
Okay.
But I had a ramp deck that well, it was like meta at the time, so I played the US ramp.
US ramp.
Yeah, like everybody else.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
It feels in wins not beatable, but it was.
I got you. And I see here, you know, you had a 3-2 series in the round of 8 that you ended up actually losing.
Yeah.
And then the guy that won couldn't make it, so you were here instead after winning the tiebreaker against Tedimi.
Yeah.
How was that 2-3 series that you lost? How did that play out?
It's the story of my life. I had him 2-0 in the bag, just have fun, lost again. Of course, I lost 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
Unheard of.
Wow.
I never lose like that.
That's crazy. And then you turned it around, went into the tiebreaker, won that 3-1.
I felt I felt completely relaxed, just gonna play my game since I had a second chance.
Yeah. Perfect. That sounds great. But you're now here in Iceland, you're part of the top 4, you're in the KARDS headquarters. Is this the first time that you kind of travel around the world to compete in a video game, or have you done anything like this before, and what does it feel like?
No, this is first time for me, completely debut.
Yeah.
I play a lot of card games all my life, starting with Magic Gathering in the 90s, but not like this, not on the level.
Do you feel like there's something about cards that has made you want to be competitive in that game more than others?
You always want to win. It's a fun game. It's addictive. I have way too many hours played, so my wife, she doesn't like it that much. But
I can definitely relate.
But since I had got to go here, so she's. Okay.
Yeah, now you're famous. You know,
yeah.
she can brag about being married to an internet celebrity, so that's perfect. But awesome. Now you're about to face Zhukov in the semifinal in the first match of today. What can we expect to see from you in that series?
I'm gonna control the game slowly. It's gonna take my time. Most of my games go, the cards run out.
Yes.
I have patience. That's my thing.
Patience is a virtue.
Yeah, try to get the 2-1 cards, 2 for 1. That's the key to winning.
Well, you heard it here first. Get the 2 for 1. That's the key to win. Play cool, calm, and collected, and with patience. Tips from Dragir, one of our top 4 finalists here in Iceland. Thank you for this, Dragir, and good luck in the tournament.
Yeah, that was Dragir earlier today, giving us some pointed tips for the finals here. He knows how to win. But let's bring up the next player card and get to know our second player of today. Anytime now. There we go. That is Gearbot. Gearbot, another Swede joining us here. He's been playing cards since early beta. He is the youngest competitor of the field at only 19 years of age. His favorite nation is Japan. Favorite card, Air Defense. And he's played for 468 hours of actual playtime, not just idle time. And of course, he was our winner in season 7 that just passed pretty recently, actually. We also sat down with Gearbot and got to know him a little bit, so let's roll that interview as well.
Hello, my name is Ólafur Hrafn Steinarsson, and I am here with Gearbot, one of our finalists of the 2019 KARDS World Championship. Gearbot, welcome. How has the tournament been for you so far?
I felt pretty confident throughout it. Like the hardest thing for me has been preparing correctly, and Cybernetic and Tristan actually helped me with that. We checked out different matchups, stuff like that, so I could go into every game with like confidence that I just picked the right deck, basically.
Yeah, and I mean, it seems like you've definitely been picking the right decks. You've only dropped, 2 matches throughout the tournament.
Yeah.
Been pretty dominant so far. Was there any match or matchup that was your favorite so far?
Probably against Tommy, the one that's on YouTube.
Okay.
Because I got to do my entire Last Rites combo, which is like the most fun part of that deck.
Okay, tell us a little bit more about that deck.
Yeah, so it's basically you have Commonwealth, you have the Crusader engine, so you can cycle with all your cheap Britain spells.
Oh, nice.
And then you have the Seiran to get the order damage and Last Rites. And you just draw your entire deck, you play Last Rites, you play a Seiran, and you just deal 16 in one turn.
Wow.
It's great, yeah.
That's actually pretty crazy. That sounds good. And for everybody interested, you can check out that match on the KARDS YouTube channel. But now you're here, you're in Iceland, you're in the top 4. How does it feel to be flown somewhere to compete in the finals of a world championship for a card game? Is this the first time you do anything like this? What's the feeling like?
Yeah, it's been really cool. It's my first time doing anything this big, yeah. I've been in some smaller tournaments, but nothing this competitive.
Awesome. And kind of last but not least, maybe tell me, what can we expect to see from you? Are we expecting another dominant 3-0, 3-1 performance, or what do you think today holds in store?
I think it's either gonna be a 3-2 or a 2-3.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm staying humble on this one before I win it. Yeah.
Before you win it. Awesome. Thank you so much, Gearbot, and good luck in the tournament. We'll definitely be looking out for those strong decks.
Awesome to talk to Gearbot and learn a little bit more about him. But these are only 2 of our players, our 2 Swedish competitors. We have 2 more. Let's get the next one up on the screen and get to know them a little bit better. That is Fenrir. He comes from China by way of the United States. He's been playing cards since June 18th, and I think he is our youngest player in terms of playtime and duration. His favorite nation is Japan. Favorite card is the Commonwealth. He's played for around 366 hours and has gotten the highest to place 17 in Season 8, but he's obviously among the top 4 players here in the World Championship. I managed to sit down with him as well today, so let's take a look at what he had to say.
Hello, my name is Ólafur Hrafn Steinarsson, and I am here joined by Fenrir, one of our finalists in the 2019 KARDS World Championship. Tell me, Fenrir, how has your tournament been so far?
Well, one is I prepare a lot I prepare the deck and do some research on the strategy, and another one I should say maybe luck. I have good luck to beat many very strong players to come here.
Yeah, I definitely. I see you had a match against Cybernetic.
Yeah.
I'm looking here, and you went 2-0 in the 128, 3-0 in the 64, 3-1, 32, 3-1 against Cybernetic in the round of 16. But then you lost in the top 8 and had to play a tiebreaker against D13. How did that match play out?
You mean which one?
Just the loss.
Actually, I use aggressive deck. The Japan and the German, and I win the first one, and I think this deck may works, but like my opinion, use the same deck and beat me 3 times.
Oh
yeah,
wow.
yeah, like first time I lose one game, I think maybe I'm unlucky, and then I lose another one. I think next one I will win, and then I kind of like. I think it's unlucky, but actually his deck is kind of against the aggressive deck. So the first win give me a wrong feel for my aggressive deck to against his deck. Yeah.
I understand. And then you go on to play D13.
Yeah.
Did you change your strategy for that?
Yes, you see this is 3-1. So
Yeah.
I lose my first game. It's the aggressive deck, and I changed to a Japanese and the British deck with a lot of aircraft, and I use that deck to win the rest of the game.
Yeah,
so I
just 3 in a row.
change the strategy and win the game. Yeah.
Awesome. That sounds really good. And what would you say is your favorite match in the tournament so far?
I may say the match against the Cybernetic.
Okay.
Yeah, from the Discord, I see a lot of people support like on the Cybernetic on his side. So I think he must be a very strong opinion. So it's quite good to fight against him. But both of us use the aggressive deck, so it's more like lucky inside it instead of like the other thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah, it's
understand.
leave me a very deep impression. So
Well-
I was a kind of very nervous about that game. So I was thinking he should be very strong. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be one of our commentators for the finals here, so let's hope he commentates your matches really fairly and doesn't harbor any ill feelings.
Yeah.
But so you're now here in Iceland. You're being flown out here to compete in the finals for a world championship. Is this the first time you do anything like this? How does it feel to kind of being flying across the world to compete in a video game?
Yeah, this is the first time I like have go to this stage, like attend a like game world championship. I'm very excited about that because it gave me a chance to go to Iceland. I think without this chance, maybe in my whole life I will never have a chance to come here. Also, I am a little nervous since all the players here are very good one, all the top 4 player here. So still a little nervous about that.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, being nervous is never a surprise when you're on the world stage.
Yeah.
But I definitely see you got some fight in you. Tell us, what can we expect to see from you in these semifinal matches?
So my opponent should be Gearbot, right?
Yeah.
I check his deck and it's quite strong. So in my view, this game like 50% is the deck you create, and like 30% is like how you the order the card come the order, and 20 is the skill. So I think every top 4 player come here, there should be no problem with the deck. So it's just rely on the luck and how you play the game. So I will try my best to perform a exciting game to show to everyone watch this game.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Fenrir. We'll be sure to look for your aggressive plays in the finals, semifinals. So good luck.
Thank you.
Well, that leaves just one more player to introduce. He is last, but definitely not least. Let's get his information up on the screen. That is GKZhukov. He hails from the United Kingdom, and oddly, his favorite nation in cards is the United States, however. But he's been playing since June 1st, 2019, almost the same amount of time as Fenrir. His favorite card is, who guessed it, Zhukov. He's been playing for 255 hours and has made it to 9th place in season number 8. We also sat down with Zhukov to get to know him a little bit better. Let's play that clip.
Welcome to the KARDS 2019 World Championship. I am here with GKZhukov, one of our finalists. GKZhukov, how's your tournament been so far?
So yeah, I've really enjoyed it. It's been a difficult journey through. I think I've had some difficult matchups that I basically just scraped through.
Okay. Yeah, you say you just scraped through. I see, your last 2 matches in the bracket were 3-2s. Tell me a little bit about those.
So I remember the round of 16, I actually went 0-2 down.
Okay.
So I had to win 3 on the trot to make it 3. So that was quite a tough match. And then the quarterfinals against D13, he's a really good player, and also his decks were difficult matchups for mine. I got a 2-0 start, which was helpful. I thought he might change deck after the first match, but he didn't, so that helped. But then he came back with 2 wins, and so it came down to the final game.
What were the decks you were using for these matches?
So I used a mix of, because my collection's quite small, I kind of had to focus in really on having a couple of different decks, but within similar factions. And so I had one burn deck, which was Japanese USSR, and one ramp deck, which was US Japan. And I used a mix of them through different rounds. Like there was some rounds where it was predominantly one of them that got me through, and the other one maybe I played for 1 or 2 games, and somewhere it was the other way around. And then my third deck didn't really come into it much.
Okay, I see. So out of the entire tournament, what has been your favorite match so far?
I'm not really sure how to answer that. I'm also finding it quite difficult, to be honest, to think back to some of those matches. I think I'm kind of more trying to think forward at the moment.
Yeah. So favorite matches yet to come.
Hopefully, yes. But perhaps I will hate the. Perhaps it'll just be 3 matches where I lose them all, and then I'll try and think back to the happier memories.
Yeah, but you're now here in Iceland. You're one of our top 4 finalists here. How does it feel, flying to another country and competing in a video game?
Yeah, it's nice. I'm not complaining at all. This is the first time I've done something like this for a video game, but I have flown out a couple of times for card games, so it's not a completely new experience in that sense.
Okay.
This is my first time in Iceland, and I'm really liking the snow and the mountains, although I haven't had time to explore yet. And it's nice to be in the studio and kind of see how things are and meet the guys behind everything. Especially sort of having chatted a bit to Thomas on Discord to sort things out. It's nice to be able to put a face to the name and things like that. So,
exactly.
Yeah, it feels like being part of something, which is cool.
So your first matchup in the semifinals is going to be against Dragir. He's coming from Sweden, pretty good player, obviously. Yep. What can we expect to see from you in this matchup?
3 horrible defeats, maybe. I'm going to try, but yeah, he was of the 3 possible matchups, he was the one I was hoping not to get.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll see what happens, I guess.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, GKZhukov, and good luck in your matches today.
Okay, thank you.
And we're back, joined by these 2 beautiful faces, Cybernetic and Scout. You were able to listen to all of that. We now know our finalists. Who do you know in this group? And knowing who the finalists are and a little bit about them, who do you think is an early favorite?
Well, I've definitely played all of them before during the seasonal ladders. Some more than others. I think Gearbot and Drogir I've personally played with more. Me and Gearbot actually, we used to theorycraft a bunch back in the alpha days, so we used to be sparring partners, and Drogir has definitely wrecked me with his control quite a bit in the ladder. What about you, Cyber?
All right, yeah, well, I've played with all of them as well, and I'm kind of flattered, actually, that I got mentioned in 2 of the videos, so that was pretty cool. But yes, I've played with everyone, actually. I think I've probably just got to know Gearbot, actually, funny enough, recently, like, even though he's been probably one of the older players in their group, I only really started connecting with him at the start of the tournament.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I heard you say, I was going to ask you, do you expect any specific types of decks from these players? But obviously you already answered that. Control decks from Dragir. That's the story. You know, that's what he plays. And we don't expect him to veer away from that. But before we head into the World Championship, like we talked about, we have the draft event, and we're going to get that started for you guys right now. So we're basically getting ready to switch over to the players. They can start their queue up and start finding their battles. What this is all about is that they did a draft with the new expansion. So they're going to be playing a completely, unknown deck with unknown cards. As competitive players, how would you guys approach a situation like that?
I think I would maybe try to stick to my guns usually when I do a draft and go for value cards, things that can get a 2-for-1. Because I think that's the safe way to play it in draft. Because it's kind of hard to like get some synergies or combos going when you don't know what cards you're gonna get next.
Yeah, and we can see it here. He already has 2 French cards in his hand. Hopefully we can, yeah. See, we swap POVs whenever the turn is made. So we should be swapping over back to Gearbot. Never mind, let's stay there. Okay, we're almost there. Dragir is taking the front line. What do you guys see in these guys' hands at the moment?
I see a lot of the typical. Wow, this is changing quite fast, isn't it? It looks like both of them maybe have some blitz for sure, which are pretty safe cards in draft, I think. Looks like Drogir has some burn, which is, pretty straightforward. You place your cards, you do your HQ damage, job done. Looks like Gearbot might be trying out some of the new cards a little bit, though. I see quite a few French cards in his hand. That'll be interesting. Obviously, we're probably not too sure on what these cards do at the moment. They're so new.
Yeah, maybe we'll have the players hover their cards a little bit before they play them, especially with the new cards, so that we can see what they do. You can see an Italian card there getting into the hands of Dragir with the Fiat G55. I think overall, the French. You guys have been reading up on the news around the expansion. Do you guys can you explain to our viewers what the French mechanics look like?
Well, it seems like they have two main mechanics, which is the new keyword, mobilize, and also the resistance mechanic. You could probably see it in Drogir's hand when we see that again. He had a card called Resistance in his hand. And what that does, last I heard, is whenever you play that card, it costs 1 credit, and it makes you discard the top card in your deck. And what French cards do, they put them in your enemy's hands. And they kind of fill up the hand, make it so you can't draw too many cards. You might mill yourself. They're basically mill cards. And the mobilize effect, what that does is the longer your card is on the field, without taking damage, it'll gain +1/+1 every single turn if it has the mobilize keyword.
Yeah, we just saw that now with the U.S. infantry there in the front line. It didn't take damage last round, and it just got +1/+1. So already, already Gearbot has some significant damage there to the HQ. Opting to go for the kill on the fighter though. Playing some more French cards.
Yeah, it's going for the value there. Makes sense since he wants to maintain that board control. Obviously, but Japan requires most of the time that the front line is free for them to apply that pressure. So to be able to do that gives them a bit more advantage there.
Yeah, really looks like Drogir is really sticking with his guns, picking maybe some familiar effects. And it looks like Gearbot is being a little more ambitious, trying some of the new stuff. So it'll be cool to see how this plays out.
Yeah, and it's interesting for the audience at home to know that we do have a clip of these guys drafting their decks, and we will play it for the winner after this match. So whoever wins this match will be able to see exactly what went into his deck and what he was thinking about when he was making those decisions. So that should possibly give us some insight.
I've noticed that new Fiat plane in Drogir's hand, the one that you can only deploy if you have more units than the enemy. Looks like he's struggling to get that one off. Gearbot is really putting a lot of pressure in.
Yeah, and we talked about that a little bit when they were drafting the players, that these new cards, they a lot of them seem really supremely good in constructed decks, but having to blindly draft, not knowing what to combo with and what to expect or look for, it means you might miss some of those synergies in these kind of early drafts.
Yeah, that's right. But yeah, as you can see, like looks like Gearbot's got quite the number there, and he does have a lot of support cards as well with We Can Do It as well. But I guess I can ask you a question as well. Why is We Can Do It cost 5K? Is that anything you can give us an insight on?
Yes. See, I was told that you would you would be asking about it, and this will all be explained in a dev blog coming your way Monday. So stay tuned and listen about all the base card changes coming in the expansion, but including that change, we can do it costing 5.
Looks like Drogear tried to toss out that Fiat, but they had the same number of cards, so he couldn't quite get it out. So that's unfortunate for him.
Yeah, look at how huge that French unit in the support line has become. A 4-9, and I believe it was deployed for like 3 credit, from what I understand, and it's going to go up to a 4-12 at this point. It's definitely going to be really, really hard for Drogear to deal with that, just sitting on these 2 fighters and infantry in the support line.
Yeah, it's not looking like, ooh, he pulled up a guard. Maybe he stands a little chance now.
Yeah, he pulled a new guard.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Ooh, it's getting more expensive. We'd have to see the effect of that card. That's strange.
Yeah, so that card actually costs 1 more for each one of your units destroyed this turn. And there we go. That is the game. Gearbot takes game number 1 in the draft tournament. And fortunately, that means Drogear won't be playing anymore in this draft tournament, but they're definitely going to be, he's definitely going to be playing with us in the semifinals. Was there anything new that you guys saw in that match that surprised you?
Go ahead, Cyber.
No, it's just that guard unit. I just want to know more about it, I guess. Yeah, I just want to know why it was going up in cost. Is it based on how many deployed units they have? That's what it looked like anyway. The fact that after he suicided that it went higher probably meant that it was something to do with that.
Yeah, it is exactly that. If you destroy a unit your turn, it will go up in price. So you definitely want to deploy it as early as possible before you take your trades. Otherwise, you might be losing some value. But this was our, match number 1. New cards there. Did you see any of the new mechanics having a big impact?
The Mobilize for sure seemed to really impact that game. That really big unit Gearbot had, it kind of gave him a pretty safe way to just move in and take him out.
Yeah, no, I noticed that as well, and it was pretty clear that the Mobilize was something that got to shine in that match a little bit. We didn't see a lot of the Alpine effect for the Italian cards, but before we head into the next draft match, we're actually going to swap to a clip, and we're going to watch Gearbot draft his deck, so we'll be able to see exactly what went into it and what he was thinking when he was picking those cards. And for everyone at home, this is going to be your chance to sneak a peek on some of the new cards coming up in the expansion, so don't move a muscle and call your friends and tell them this is spoiler season.
Yeah, gonna pick USA here for the big bombers and big units. Spend your remaining credits, this unit gets +X+X. It seems decent, gonna go for removal though. Always gotta get these early stats. Hellcat is great against tanks. Yeah, we gotta go France. I guess this card, Mobilize, seems fun. This costs 5 for some reason. Yep. This seems good. Alright, so I would pick Death from Above normally, but I wanna play with the new cards. Yeah. Yeah, we'll take this card, seems terrible, but I like this one. Hellcat too good to pass up. Yeah, I'll take this one. This card seems pretty strong. Sure. Yeah. Just gonna go for the early game. I feel like this card is too slow. This just seems bad. This doesn't seem great. Go for early drops. Yeah, sure, more tanks. 2-3 is a fine stat line. Avenger, obviously, I like Marines, but Avenger is too good. Yeah, I'm gonna take this one just for fun. Marines, great card. This one, yeah, more howitzers. Choose one, destroy target artillery unit or pin all units in the front line. Seems okay. Depends on how popular artillery is gonna be. Artillery is decently popular in draft, but I still want this stats and destruction. This is just a nice infantry. Don't have a ramp deck, so we can't do this. Don't have any bombers, but the stat line is okay, and I need some bigger stuff. Yeah, I don't like either of these cards. Guess I'm gonna take the bombers. Avenger is nice. This is a great card. Yeah, that's it.
Well, that was it. That was Gearbot drafting his deck. You at home, did you see any sneaky surprises in there? What about our casters? What did you think of that draft and some of the new cards that we could see there?
The draft itself seemed pretty standard. You know, going for big value cards, not looking for too many combos. It's kind of what we expected to see, or at least I expected to see.
Yeah, I was the same as well. Like, you don't want to rely on combo pieces when you don't know what the future cards are going to be. So you tend to lean towards high stat values and removal for sure.
Yeah, no, that definitely makes sense. We're just getting the next set of players situated in our bunker to play play the next match. But before we go do that, tell me, what card did you see in that draft that did you disagree with anything? Did you see any at any point, no, I definitely would have picked that one?
Not for me really. It seemed like he was making the right choices there. A lot of the new cards, it's kind of a blur right now. There's kind of a lot of stuff getting thrown our way. I know Cyber here, he was in the internal test. He knows a little more about it than I do, but a lot of the stuff I'm seeing right now, this is first time for me, so I'm trying to take it all in still, you know?
So, sorry, go ahead, Cyber.
Yeah, so yeah, looking into that, yeah, I could see that he picked a lot of cards just to show us off some of the new cards that might have been like that he would have probably chose the other ones instead just because of value or high stats. But it was good for him to pick cards that just to showcase for us here.
Yeah, definitely. And as you can see there, we have our two players up next, ready and waiting in the bunker. They can just go ahead and click their battle matches and battle buttons and start getting ready to fight each other. Yep, you can go ahead, giving them the all green, and as soon as they're in the game, we'll be able to see the second match of this expansion draft. We'll do it exactly the same way as we did with the first one. After the game is over, we'll play the draft, so we'll be able to see exactly what's in that deck before the finals. But now you guys can take it away.
Alrighty. Looks like in that mulligan, Fenrir had quite a lot of mid-range cards right away. Seems like he has a pretty slow hand at the start here.
Yeah, and
Zhukov definitely having the better early game, it seems.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Unfortunately, we didn't have a chance to really check it out.
We got a nice top deck with that artillery, though. Looks like they both drafted some artillery, so which is usually good in drafts.
That's it. Like, it's always good because removal's usually limited when it comes to drafts, so it's good to be able to get that free attack in there.
Looks like Zhukov with a couple of firestorms as well.
Yeah, actually a pretty good draw for him there, being able to get rid of that arty right off the bat.
Looks like a good backline deck in general with those planes in there. Some of the new Italian ones.
Hmm.
I noticed that new card that Fenrir has on the left there. What did that say? Mediterranean something?
Yeah. Let's hope we get him to play that so that we can see exactly what it does.
That Osaka regiment is also new. Was that a Japanese guard?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is 4/7 stat line as well. So it's good to have a non-destructive, just a good, stat line
Yeah,
guard unit
for
for the
sure.
Japan.
A nice big heavy unit.
Yeah, definitely a big, beefy Japan unit. Not something we see a lot in that.
And here's Zhukov getting a lot of value out of that early artillery placement, it seems.
Yeah.
Fenrir looks like he's struggling to kind of get rid of it. Oh, he just pulled that Sendai, though. That might be good for him. Sendai, for those who don't know, it will remove a unit from play on deploy, and it has smokescreen, I believe, so his artillery won't be able to shoot it.
Yeah, not only that, it doesn't trigger any destructive effects as well. So that's always a good strategy as well.
Looks like Fenrir's opting for more artillery, smokescreen this time, so Zhukov will not be able to shoot it back with his artillery.
Yeah, and you saw what the Mediterranean card did there. If you control more units than your opponent, you can deal 4 damage to a unit.
Very nice. That barrage card, we saw it briefly. I couldn't quite. What is that? Oh, it's one. Okay, it's one of the new cards where you get to choose what they do.
No, that's
that's
good.
cool. That's my first time seeing that.
Yeah,
All
no,
right.
that's a really good effect because it gives you the flexibility to do, to select the situation that's best for your, outcome. Yeah.
And with cards like that, maybe doing 3 damage for 4K might not be good on a normal card, but that credit value comes from the decision that the card itself gives you.
That's right. Yes, I do agree with that.
And there you see that big, beefy Japan unit being played out by Fenrir.
Zhukov still is carrying that Patriotic Firestorm, though, so we'll see how he deals with this. Veteran Pilot's also a new card.
It's +1 attack, fully healed and destroy. Oh, interesting.
So, yeah, you could see there on the plane he was hovering, there is a pretty significant deployment bonus there if you could have more than a 5 HP advantage on your HQ as opposed to your opponent. You get
well, he's not quite there.
No, unfortunately, because he could have been deploying a 6/6 unit for 4 credits if that was the case.
Sure. I think he's making the right call here, putting pressure on the board. It's pretty unlikely that Fenrir is going to pull any area of effect damage.
Yeah, definitely in draft as well. Although Japan does have a lot of ways to get rid of it, I'm not sure if anyone would actually select that over, other units.
I noticed that 5-cost order in his hand. I saw it very briefly. Did that say destroy a support line unit?
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay. Bringing out the Sendai now. Looks like he wants to get rid of that plane. That's a good call.
For those that are unfamiliar, the Sendai removes it from play until it gets destroyed. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
That's right.
Zhukov still with his Firestorm. Looks like he might break it out now to get rid of that big guard guy. Not sure if he'll have the credits to play anything after that big barrage, though. Looks like he's really trying to figure it out.
Yeah,
looks
I
like
think
he's going to take out the
to
guard.
use it.
Yeah, for sure. After he kills it, though, he's not going to have a play.
No, that was a smart move by Fenrir because it pressured the opponent to actually use that card because that's 9 damage that is now denied to his HQ by moving that guard forward. So that was a good play by him.
Interesting to see the Frank in Fenrir's draft. It's not a card we see often. Not a lot of people pick it because it can't really hit the headquarters. But it is a very powerful trading unit. But it's not going to be good for him here because those 1/1 Russian artilleries, they actually increase the operation cost by 2 credits on all enemy aircraft. So his Frank may have a really hard time.
Oh, wow, this would cost 7 credits to operate that plane.
Definitely not getting any Fury value out of that. Ooh, is that a T-80 I see?
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
That's a tank I enjoy. That's a little history guy.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a 2 credit, 0 operation cost, 3/3 tank.
Interesting that he's using the mass attack there. It seems like he could have just shot it and killed it, because the Frank currently doesn't seem like a huge threat to him at the moment, while his anti-air guns are in play.
Yeah, I agree there. I think he didn't give him a chance to put down the. Yep.
Yeah. Not sure mass attack was the right play there, but we'll see.
I mean, is he definitely, comfortable taking possibly, all that face damage next round? I don't know.
Gunboat raid. Deal 3 damage to an enemy unit in the front line at a gunboat hit. Ooh, gunboat hit. Not sure what that card is yet. But this expansion, there seems to be quite a lot of new cards that add another card to your hand that you can play later, or add things to the board. And I think that's something we were missing for a while. So it's great to see more cards like this for sure.
Yeah, add a gunboat hit to your hand.
I think the best thing about this expansion is like the variety of cards as well. So not only the new keywords, but just things like the whole choose one as well, and like you said, the ones that give you additional cards to your hand after using them.
I find it interesting that Zhukov chose not to take out the anti-air guns that are increasing his operation cost.
Yeah,
Some
I
reason
thought
to
that was an interesting. Yeah, maybe the pressure of the game's getting to him, but definitely would ignore.
I see a new Su-85 as well. Deals double damage against tanks. Okay, so that's like the very early tank destroyer effect from way back in Alpha days.
Yeah.
It's nice to see some more iconic Soviet tanks in the game now. That's very cool.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a massive tank destroyer. I mean, you're dealing 10 damage to tanks, means you'll be able to take down most of the heavy armor tanks when they get deployed with this unit.
Especially in the infamous Tiger 1 that a lot of German players like to deploy.
Yeah.
That would take out in one hit.
Yeah. So definitely something that people should keep an eye out for future decks if they want to be able to deal with big tanks early on in the game.
Really looks like Fenrir is struggling here to remove his Zhukov's backline. Not a whole lot of removal orders. He still has that 5-cost removal. I see. But as far as units go, it looks like he's struggling as well. He only has an Akita and a Type 95, I believe. The 3-cost Japanese tank. And both of those cards doesn't seem like he could really get to the back line very easily with them. So
I think he's going to feel pressure to start using those removal order, but I'm surprised he hasn't now.
I think it was smart by him to take out the aircraft there instead of the tank, because he can probably do damage to the tank with his ground units.
Yeah, and maybe
it would be a lot harder for him to kill aircraft. Sorry.
No, it's fine, and you're definitely correct. And I think maybe he's hoping to be able to take out one of those anti-aircraft guns with the residual damage from the Akita regimen.
Right here, we're seeing the G55, right? Get its deploy effect.
Yeah.
Yes, it was good opportunity to see that live.
Yeah, definitely seems like a finisher card, like something to close out the game. A nice big cheap unit, because you already have that HQ advantage to trigger the effect. So, ooh, deal 3 damage. Gunboat hit. Here we get to see this card
let's
now.
See. I'm sure he's going to.
2 damage to it. An enemy support line. Oh, okay. So does it like jump between the 2 cards?
Interesting.
That's awesome.
Cool.
So that means
yeah, no,
we have some way to do it.
Yeah, so the gunboat run deals 1 damage to the enemy HQ.
I see. And it's discarded at the end of the turn. Okay, so if you don't play it right away, you just lose out on it. Okay, very interesting.
Yeah, so this gives you removal from the front line, the support line, and ding on the HQ.
So it seems like that card is just a big 1, 2, 3. Hit the front line, hit the back line, hit the HQ.
Yeah, really interesting.
Yeah.
Really good removal for like a aggressive deck as well, just to clean things up.
Zhukov definitely laying out the unit pressure again. Fenrir may be struggling to deal with all these units. Not sure if he's going to be able to save it here. Even with that Empire of the Sun. No, the Empire of the Sun can buy him a turn, but he'll have to use it on that T-34 for sure.
That's right. He'll be left with one.
It will draw him 5 cards, however. Maybe he'll get an option. We'll see.
Yeah.
Maybe his assault could be good. It really looks like Fenrir is really struggling with those mid-game units. The Tora, that's a good card for him to pull.
Yeah.
Still probably going to take 5 damage to his HQ here, though, on Zhukov's turn.
Didn't Zhukov have that aircraft buff card to the far
He
left
did.
there?
I don't remember what it does, but maybe that could have been the game. If it's a buff card, I think, maybe?
I think it only gives +1, but it could have at least, increased the damage.
Wow.
Yeah, it gives +1 attack, and then it heals you to full if you destroy an enemy in combat.
Seems like Fenrir is really running out of options here. Maybe that Takasagi can stall for a little bit.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think he's in a pretty good position at the moment.
He seems like he's on his back
could
foot.
actually-
However, he might need to toss out that artillery. Yeah, that's a good play. Maybe just clear out some of those units. The units Zhukov has on the board, not really packing a whole lot of attack. And that Zhukov is running low on cards as well, so that discard might hurt. He did just top deck a Patriotic Firestorm, though. So
That won't get him into the won't finish up the game though.
I think he might as well play those 2 cards. It seems like he's going to get discarded regardless. But
Yeah.
if Fenrir, with that Empire of the Sun filling up his hand, it seems like it might have swung this game in his favor if Zhukov can't get some draw anytime soon.
That would definitely be a pretty huge comeback, given the HP that we're seeing on the headquarters at the moment.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think he'll be pressured to get rid of the guard unit. So
Maybe he's hesitating to kill it at the moment. We'll see. He's going to lose that Firestorm. Looks like Zhukov's is currently in a top deck situation. That's not what you want to be in. Fenrir with the artillery on the board can definitely take out that 2-3. The 1-5, however, I'm not sure.
I'd
what
be
that card
tempted to put
does,
the guard.
but
He would actually be able to play a couple of small units and then use that order card to the far left there to deal some extra damage.
Ooh, interesting call on that card. When that
Here we
card
go.
dies, it retreats all your friendly units. Oh,
Yeah.
but Mediterranean raid, I see.
Yeah.
Exactly. By trading,
Here we
by
go.
getting rid of one of the frontline units and then taking the unit advantage, he was able to really utilize that card, that new card, to swing it into his advantage.
Take it that numbers advantage, and now looks like he's bringing it back. He's got a nice, comfortable hand. Board pressure now. Only 2 hit
Yep.
points. Let's hope Zhukov isn't packing any face damage, like direct face damage. We'll see.
That's it, and it was a good comeback as well. It's like just to see something
but
like this in
Yeah, Fenrir still has quite a bit of damage. Maybe he has maybe Zhukov has a blitz plane in his drafts. Fenrir still has quite a bit of damage to do. Take out Zhukov, but definitely laying that blood pressure, really trying to close this out.
That's it. He's got lethal damage next turn unless he has an answer.
Oh, what
There's
is
a
that
plane.
plane?
No, I don't think that's gonna work.
I don't think so.
I think
Fenrir will be
Fenrir's
wrapping
got
this
this
one
one in the bag. Yeah,
Wow,
what a comeback!
comeback.
That's esports for you.
Yeah. We get to see them as the game ends. We're just seeing Fenrir going straight to face there. We swapped out of the game a little bit too early, but that's fine. We knew how that one was going to go. Wow. What a comeback. I wonder if we might have missed some, minor misplays there from the side of Zhukov. That some hidden value with the new cards that could have won him the match. I don't think so. However, just really unlucky running out of steam like that.
Yeah, for sure. It seems like he was lacking a lot of card draw. That Empire of the Sun, I think, really was the turning point in that game for Fenrir. That really brought him back. Taking out a big unit and filling his hand up. Oof.
Yeah, and I mean he could have definitely drawn some worse cards as well. He definitely got what he needed there to mount that comeback. Absolutely fantastic game, and it shows us even in draft we can get some pretty tight games that swing back and forth. But now, at least I'm curious, and I hope you guys are curious as well, to see exactly what's in that deck from Fenrir. So we can roll the clip of the draft and actually see and listen to him and what he was thinking about when he was picking that deck.
Okay, let's see what new card add to this game. Welcome to draft. Okay. Japan. Let's see. I will first choose a unit. And oh, here are 2 new cards. At the end of your turn, remove the top card of your deck from the game. Okay, I see. So it only costs 1 credit, and it's super strong. And this card. Okay, I will still choose this gun, a gun. These are all old cards. Both this one and this one are good. I will this one. Oh, new nation, great. Italy. Okay, cool. All new card. Can only be deployed if you control more units than the enemy. It seems like aggressive deck will use this card. When Alpine unit is deployed or add it as +1/+1 for each other friendly Alpine unit you control. Okay. Frigate repair target. If it is pinned, remove the pin. Oh. I may choose from the second card or the third card. Let me see. Okay, I will take this. For glory, destroy target added unit. It's unfair to the added. Let's do this one. Okay, 2 new cards. Oh, I have already seen this one. So reduce attack of this unit by 1 each time a friend unit is destroyed to a minimum of 1. Reduce attack of this unit by 1 each time a friend unit is destroyed. So this one will become weaker and weaker. Okay. It's bomber. Destroy target and unit. I don't know. This one? Let me see how many air unit I have. 1, 2. Okay. Eastern front bond. Target of friendly Alpine unit get +1/+1 and a copy of it to your hand. Okay. It seems that I do not have any Alpine units, so maybe next time. Can only be played if you control more units than enemy due to a unit. Let me see. I may have a try of this card. Sonia. When can Sonia attack a pin, destroy that unit? Okay. Pretty cool. Cost 1 more to deploy for each unit you have lost. Inflicted pain, remove the pain. Okay. In power decree, order you give this turn deal 1 damage. Let's see. Not too much order for me, so I will try this Osaka regiment. Take 1. Exclusive force, enemy cannot give order next turn. Please destroy all friend units retreat. Interesting. Okay, I will take this one. At the start of your turn, give this unit plus attack and deal 1 damage to it. Pain on enemy unit. At start, give you attack and deal 1. It will become like 4-1. The 3 card at 1 draw is too much, I think. Destroy pain or enemy unit. I will take 1 of this. Oh, these are all the old cards. Choose 1 of these. I already have 2 cards of this way. Okay. Reduce a new card again. Friendly infantry unit gets +1/+1 for every defense your HQ has over enemy HQ. It seems let's see how many infantry I have got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It costs too much, so I may still choose this tank. Ambush. Enemy countermeasures cost 2 more to activate. Precisely if your HQ has 5 or more defense than the enemy HQ. Okay, this seems good. So I'll repeat 1. Okay, pick 1 of these. Oh, this one is my favorite. Empire of the Sun. Gunboat Raid deals 3 damage to an enemy unit in the frontier. Add a gunboat hit to your hand. Deal 2 damage to. It's really long. Add a gunboat to your hand. Discard. End of turn. Okay, I see. It seems a very interesting card. Maybe I will have a try. Okay. Yeah. This is not a very good draw. Since I like either of these. Okay, I will choose the new card. This card again. Spirit of Rome. Spend 7 credit at the end of enemy turn to deploy from hand. At the end of enemy. what this means. End of enemies at the end of enemy turn. I don't know this card, so maybe I will have a try in the game for this card. Spend 7 credits at the end of enemy turn to deploy from hand. Interesting. Eastern from I do not have any Alpine units, so. Oh, this is the last round. No added card. Still target enemy unit in the support line. Draw a card for each other unit you control. I don't know, maybe choose this one since I do not have many ally units. And this one, okay, choose this one. Okay. Let's see what we can do in the battle. So that's it for me. Yeah.
All right, and with that, we know exactly what is inside Fenrir's deck as the players get ready to take each other on in the finals of our Little Draft King expansion. It's Fenrir versus Gearbot. We still have our casters on the line, I presume. Hey guys.
Yep. Hey.
What did you think about that draft?
It seemed like he was kind of unhappy with a lot of his options, and he was kind of just you know, well, I guess I have no choice but to pick this. And yeah, his deck seemed kind of all over the place, and it seemed like he just kind of got pretty unlucky in the draft. But that one Empire, though, he got that seemed to do the trick.
If you want to talk about getting unlucky, maybe you noticed that he didn't get any elite cards.
Oh yeah, I did not notice that.
See, that's how unlucky he got in that draft, but still he made it to the finals, so that's pretty good. I think there's no need in delaying it any further. These guys have just started their battle, so we can just swap into the game and start talking about this matchup coming up. Let's see Fenrir versus Gearbot. They're just jumping into the match right now. There we see them in the beautiful little bunker. I wonder, you see the focus on their face, but you guys can go take it away.
Alrighty.
All right.
Fenrir looks like he's... Go for it.
Oh, I was just saying a common theme is they've got their hands near their mouths. I think that's very, very, they're thinking about what they're going to do next.
Oh, I do that myself. As far as the mulligan goes, looks like Fenrir is still fighting that kind of wonky draft it seemed like he got. And a lot of 3 and 4 costs in his hand that it doesn't seem like he wants, but I think that's kind of really all he has, to be honest.
That's right, but it looks like Gearbot doesn't have much early game cards either.
Ooh,
yeah.
yeah.
Except he just drew it. So that worked out in his favor.
Yeah, but he has that 2-drop there, that basic tank he can play. So he can play, I guess, decently on curve.
Yeah.
Oh, Fenrir with not too many options here. But he does have that Empire again, so we'll see where this goes.
I'd be tempted just to trade the Type 93 into the 2-1.
Yeah, I think that might be his best play here.
Yeah.
He's got a Sendai again, got another gunboat raid.
I mean, he has some pretty powerful cards in his hand. He just needs to get the right opportunity to play them, I guess.
Yeah, once mid-game starts rolling around, I think Fenrir is definitely going to have a lot of options.
Oh, yeah, he's not gonna...
Gearbot looks like he might come on even a little later, though he does have the board presence right now.
Yeah, he does, and he's holding something that will help him deal with. See, I'm trying to hold my words a little bit, talking about what's in their hands because they're right across from me, so I don't want to spoil anything. But he's holding something that would make him maybe deal with whatever comes out. you
Yeah.
know?
I think the play for him right now is to play that Shiha, maybe trade it into the Hotchkiss, and the next turn, maybe pop a Sendai on those Marines over there in the back line of Gearbot.
Yeah, after he's used the actual credits and the for the operation cost, right? So that's what I tend to do,
Ooh.
and especially
Gearbot
after doing that now.
Gearbot could have chose to Death from Above that that Shiha as well, but it looks like he wanted to bolster.
I think that's a good play because he has very limited cards in his hand. I think he's trying to just cycle through his deck.
See, we finally got to see what that card does that we were so curious about earlier. It is a guard card that increases in cost as you lose more units that turn.
I see. So, Fenrir did have 2 Sendais in his hand, so that could be very good. He has a lot of options to just remove things from the field. Very well might remove those Marines this turn.
Yeah, I think it's a good time to use Sendai
Gearbot.
now because it does reset.
Gearbot definitely throwing out those high value units that he drafted, though. Big hit points, but big attack. Maybe a little slow to get going, as we saw from those Marines, but they're definitely really big units. That may be good for Fenrir later, though, with that Empire. That might be a lot of cards he draws.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw how that played out for him in match number 1 that he played in this little event of ours.
For sure. He might drop his Avenger now to get rid of that guard. And
I think that would be the play as well, before he
Yeah.
gets less than 5 damage, 5 defense.
Yeah, definitely the play. And that P38 buffing that Avenger as well, giving it +1 attack.
Yeah. That's random, which card it destroys, right? So definitely getting good luck
As
there.
long as it's random, if they have 5 or more hit points, it only targets units with 5 or more hit points. And since there was only 1 unit with 5 hit points, it
guaranteed the death of the
it was guaranteed to hit the card.
Definitely makes sense. Here we see another great use of that new
Excellent,
gunboat card.
Absolutely. That is a very interesting card. I kind of want to try that one out.
I don't know, it just looks so fun. You play it, you get another card, you play it again, you get another card. It's just, the fun never stops.
Fenrir wresting control of the front line back from Gearbot now, getting rid of that bomber, which was pretty big for him.
Yeah, I'd be going for the death from above here.
Yeah, that might be the play. He has the chance to get his Marines back. Oh, yeah, absolutely. All right, so Gearbot immediately getting board pressure back.
But now we're veering into late game territory. Both players getting quite a sizable chunk of credits to spend each turn. So
yeah, Fenrir probably not able to get value from that G55, seeing as he has less hit points than Gearbot. So that's unfortunate. He does have this pretty big guard here that he can use to stall. Remember, that guard stalled quite a bit for him last time, and that's when he turned it around to set up that Empire. So we'll see. And he still does have another Sendai. Plenty of things to stop big units.
Yeah, I think he's actually baiting in the... Yeah, I think he's baiting in the 5/5 to go to the front line before using the Sendai, just like last time. Obviously, getting value out of that.
Yeah, and I think it's definitely important to note as well. I mean, even though Gearbot has a lot of board presence, he has 2 infantry units there, so it's going to take him a while before he gets that into attack range and for when he can start dealing real damage with that.
Fenrir could maybe trade his 4/7 guard into that 3/4, but that would put him in range for the Corsair to come in, kill the guard, and also trigger its death effects. So that might be scary for him. Ooh, maybe going for the 4 prosperity.
Oof.
Very nice.
Definitely a lot of value in that.
I was actually
right.
that's right, pins. I forgot all about that
Yeah.
too.
I kind of forget that thing pins when it hits an aircraft.
Yeah. I think he still should use the Sendai in this case, just to get rid of the 5/5.
If he was gonna use the Sendai, I think he would have saved the 4 prosperity for it, but looks like he wanted to get some offense in. Mediterranean, its prerequisite is having more units than the enemy, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so
and it's not enough to have an even number of units.
Gearbot with that top deck Hellcat can maybe swoop in and take out an artillery. We'll see. Might trade his Marines into the guard, throw the Hellcat and the artillery. Ooh, interesting. Maybe going for the howitzer. Can take out the artillery with the play. Okay. So now he has artillery on the board, which it's probably the better play instead of throwing away a Hellcat into it if you can help it.
That's right. Yeah.
Gearbot with these huge guns in the back line. Fenrir really struggling to get over there and kill him, it seems. Removing the Corsair. Which... Nah, that was fine.
Yeah. I think he wants to just keep that artillery, just to keep the
He wanted to trigger the Mediterranean,
yeah.
it seems. Yeah. So good play by Fenrir.
Obviously, that also means that once Sendai dies, that eventually
the
he has to fall back.
Yeah. The Hago, not a card we see often. Whenever an order is played, it deals damage to it deals 1 damage to the HQ of the player playing the order for both sides. So that Havoc
Excellent value from that Hellcat there, removing a lot of pressure.
Sure. Ooh, both Havocs hitting the tank. I think that was huge. The luck
that
on
is
that was
very,
pretty insane.
very lucky.
Yeah. I think it might be time for a Hayabusa just to put a stop to those Havocs. Maybe set some planes up in the back line. I think that's his play right now. It's kind of the only thing he can do, really. Unless he wants to play that Empire, which I doubt. Gearbot with the sorry.
Use the tank to move to the front line just to get rid of it. Even if it costs 5 operation, at least he'll get rid of one of the bombers. But like you said, the Hayabusa might be a bit...
I really think he wants to get planes on the board now. They are bombers, so they won't be able to attack anything but planes if he has fighters on the back line. So, and that's a lot. That's a huge credit sink just to put that 2/2 up there.
Yeah. You know, for me personally, it just feels so bad to spend this many credits on moving a unit. Like, it just feels wrong.
That Havoc RNG, though.
Yeah, I think what he's trying to do now is just trying to lower his hand, so that way when he gets the Empire, when he uses the Empire, he's got more options and doesn't like overdraw or anything like that.
Yeah.
Especially if it's a high target.
If Gearbot drops that P40, that Empire might be the right play there to get rid of it. And we might see another Empire saving Fenrir.
Or he could use he could move his Sendai in the front line, right, to bait out the infantry to follow up with the Empire next turn. So that might be a good play.
Maybe. A little unfortunate for Gearbot to get the P40 after Fenrir has developed the board. So not a lot of huge value from that elite right there. For those who don't know, the P40, when that plane is on the board, any enemy unit that is deployed, it's +2 operation cost. So.
Yeah. I think that's a very good draft card as well.
Oh, for sure. But, you know, sometimes you just draw it a little too late. Empire of the Sun. He's going to take 1 HQ damage because of the Hago to himself for playing this Empire, but there he goes, dude. Getting that card advantage again. Getting that huge card lead.
It's already pulling the
looks like he's already... Gearbot feeling like he's already...
It makes sense considering.
Dude, I think Empire might be overpowered. I don't know.
No, especially in draft.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an uphill battle for Gearbot at this point.
Sure. How lucky is Fenrir to get the Empire? Like, he only has the one in his deck. It seems like he had it in teams. So, pretty good for him.
Yeah, I think Fenrir just has a lot of like draw mechanics in his deck as well, and I didn't find that many with Gearbot except for This Is It.
Yeah, and I don't recall him having a lot of big guard units either.
Fenrir with a lot of options here. In a pretty commanding position. Not sure if Gearbot can bring this back. I'd be surprised if he moved that Hoggo. Definitely.
He might be
shouldn't,
just
I think.
doing it to actually open up his support line.
Yeah,
Probably
I mean,
better off moving Sendai up, to be honest. Which it looks like this fig's gonna do. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
but now the effect when that unit gets destroyed, the one in the front line, is that all units retreat. So we could see his entire support line return to his hand if that unit gets destroyed.
Very true. It's very true. It is a risky card to be tossing out this late in the game, I think. Gearbot probably wishing they had a carpet bomb right now.
Definitely. But I mean, he does have those Marines on a smokescreen, and there's no way for Fenrir to retreat that Italian tank, so he should be able to basically have everybody retreat for this next round.
Maybe the play for Fenrir is to move the plane up to the front line instead of attacking.
We are seeing.
No, I would go for that.
He's going for the kill, getting the HP, getting the HQ difference. Those planes probably just going to retreat anyways. If the Hoggo retreats, it'll lose that operation cost debuff. Definitely seeing the downside of that card now.
Yeah, that's it.
I think I've rarely or ever seen that much movement on the board with a single card.
Oh, no, dude. You must have never seen Leah Blumpin.
And there we go.
Oh, there it is.
The Blitz unit.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
And that is it.
Empire of the Sun for sure.
Yeah. MVP card there.
As the players shake hands. Yeah, MVP, Empire of the Sun, second game in a row for sure for Fenrir. He's going to walk on over to Thomas now, sit down with him, and get ready to give us a slight interview. But before we go into that, let's talk a little bit about that match and just those 3 matches that we saw. We were seeing some new cards being played there. Some were pretty impactful, but some old faithful cards like Empire of the Sun there, reigning supreme.
Yeah, for sure. Might be hard to talk about the new cards. I feel like maybe they trying to get used to them a little bit, not sure when to play them, maybe forgetting that they have the effects in their hands might have led to some misplays and maybe some less than perfect play. But I think maybe, I know Gearbot at least, he was trying to have some fun in the draft. I think they kind of just wanted to play with the new cards, definitely. And then maybe just test them out, take them for a spin. And, that's really what this was for, to just kind of see the new cards and what they do. So.
Yeah, and I mean... Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Cyber.
I was going to say, just noticing that last game, it looks like Fenrir might have just forgot that he had the roam card. After dealt all that damage, he might have actually gone for lethal if he actually used that roam card on the Sendai regiment that was in the front line to finish off the game. But that's just, again, because it's draft, all these new cards, probably just forgot that he actually had the effect.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, for us, we were really excited to see what these guys do with these new cards in a small kind of warm up for fun event like this draft thing. But we're now done with that. We're gonna go talk to Fenrir, who just won his first title of the weekend. They could become 2, and after that we'll be going over into the World Championship matches. But for now, let's send it over to Thomas, who has Fenrir in the interview set.
Hey Fenrir, congratulations to your first title. Maybe a second one follows, but congratulations. Expansion King, very nice. How did it go in both matches? You had a pretty strong turnaround. It didn't look that great in the beginning, right?
Yeah. Every game there is a turning point. For the game, the Rise of the Sun, is it the name of that card? And I created. Yeah. This one, with some luck, it gave me another one, Tora, so that I can remove one artillery so that, yeah, move that and save. I mean, in the end, I only have 2 HP in my HQ, so I remove that one. So, yeah, good luck.
That was really great. Well played. A little bit of luck, maybe, of course, for the card draw, but still good. What about the second match?
Second match, I think the new card, like the 4 credit cost, it will first deal 3 damage to the unit in the front line, and then give you a 1 credit card, 1 credit cost to deal 2 damage in the support line. That card, I think, is really strong. It's both do a lot in these 2 games. Yeah, I think it's really a strong card. Yeah.
And then there was also quite a big retreat in the second match.
Yeah. That's the reason why I do not deploy it the first round. I remember there is 1 credit left, but I do not deploy it since there is a 4 credit card which contain air unit. So I don't want that one to retreat.
Right.
So that's the reason why the second round I deployed that unit.
Makes total sense, absolutely.
Yeah.
So all in all, what do you think about the new cards, the new nations, but also about the other cards that are coming from what you have seen so far? Do you think it's like adding quite a bit of strategic depth, new options?
I think this card will bring more choice for the future, both in draft and rank. I haven't have a chance to play the France or even the Italy with the Alpine that character, but I think from my imagination they should be very strong during the rank, because I think these ally more rely on the combination. They can cooperate each other to create a very strong enemy.
Right.
But in draft, in my opinion, I think the single card, it's more important than combination, because you will never know what is next draw. So I will only choose this card is strong enough. Even you use as a single card without any cooperator with other cards.
Right. So that's great. Just a couple more days, and then everyone can play with these new cards.
Yeah, that will be a good news.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to that as well. But let's not get too distracted. There's still the semifinals coming up.
Oh.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you make me nervous.
No. With such a victory in the back, I think that is a little bit of a morale boost.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Good luck for that. And with this, back to Oli, the host.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Thomas, and congratulations to our expansion king, Fenrir. We will now go to a 5-minute break before returning with all the semi-final action of this World Championship. So call your mother, your father, your pets, your siblings, and anyone else that wants to listen. Tell them to get their asses down in front of a computer. Go to www.twitch.tv/KARDSCCG and join us for a fantastic evening of KARDS World Championship action. Welcome back to the 2019 KARDS World Championship, coming at you live from Reykjavik, Iceland, at the top of the world. So we have the top 4 KARDS players in the world joining us here in the KARDS headquarters, battling it out in our purpose-built bunker. We are now just moments away from the first semi-final matchup of the World Championship between GKZhukov and Dragir. Let's bring our 2 casters back into here and let's talk a little bit about this matchup. We're going to go through the player profiles first real quick, just as a refresher so we know who our players are in the finals. Let's get these up real quick. First off, it is Dragir. He is playing this next match with us. He is from Sweden. He's been playing KARDS since early beta. He is almost turning 40 and told us that he would spend his winnings on throwing a gigantic 40th birthday bash. Favorite nation is Britain. Favorite card is Monty. And he's known for playing control decks. And the other participant in this match, if you could get his profile up, that is GKZhukov. He hails from Britain, coming from another European. June 1st was when he started playing KARDS, made it really far in such a short time. Of course, his favorite card is Zhukov, and he has almost, 1/5 of the playtime of Dragir. So it's going to be really interesting to see if playtime has anything to do with this. But guys, let's talk about the decks that they're bringing into this matchup. You should have some of these decks with you, but first off, if we go through the decks for GKZhukov, he is bringing a Japan and Soviet deck as his tournament deck number 1. What are you seeing in that deck?
Seeing a lot of the typical burn early aggro stuff that you see with the Soviet Japan deck. Lots of blitz infantry, Katyushas, KV-1 1941, a sheet in to close it out for the late game, that sort of thing. A lot of really cheap, fast units to really put a lot of HQ pressure on right at the start.
Yeah, and Type 93 actually helps with that as well.
Yeah, for sure. And his second deck, a familiar combination, Japan and Soviet again. Are we seeing anything different in this deck?
When I was looking through it, it seems like there's one card that changed. His first deck has a Empire of the Sun. His second deck replaces it with a 4th Tora Tora. So that's the only difference between the decks.
Very minor differences, choosing to stick to his guns. And he did say in his interview earlier today that he does have a little bit of a small collection, so he's definitely kind of focusing his efforts. So it doesn't really surprise us that we see minute differences. But the last deck that he brings to the table is a USA and Japan deck. What are we seeing in that one?
Seeing a lot of aircraft, actually. Maybe staying in the back, getting those credits built up. Maybe not so much ramp, but definitely some bigger backline planes. Slower start for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a little bit of ramp in there, yeah.
Yeah, there is a little bit of ramp I noticed in there. Let's have a look.
We see some Avengers, B-17s, 2 Empires of the Sun, 3 Death from Above. A lot of big, heavy removal to take out a ton of big units. Might struggle against aggro, though.
Yeah, but he's going up against Dragir, and we all know that Dragir really likes to play those control decks. So, you got to think that this is probably the front line, front runner in terms of bringing it into the first match against Dragir, right?
Yeah, this definitely seems like his best deck for the matchup, I think.
And to remind the audience at home as well, the way the rules work in this matchup is that no player can field the same deck twice. So if they field it once and lose with it, they can't bring that same deck again, and they're going to be finding another deck from their opponent as well. But if we switch over to Dragir for a second and we look at the decks that he's bringing, nothing too surprising. He was pretty honest with us about what he was bringing to the table here. Tournament deck number 1 is a Britain and Germany deck. What are we seeing in here, guys?
Yeah, definitely sticking to his word. Lots of control, lots of from-hand removal. A little bit of discard in here, actually. That's kind of surprising. You don't see too much discard in high-level decks, just because it's a little inconsistent. But it seems like he's packing the heavy hitters like Wolfpack and Annihilation. So definitely the best of the discard package.
Yeah, and he has
Yeah.
my personal favorite card in the game, Leopold.
Oof.
That's actually
put-
my first ever elite that I pulled, actually, believe it or not. And I built my first German deck based around that one card.
Yeah, I have that card as well, but Germany is the only deck that I haven't gotten to Field Marshal yet. So you're gonna have to help me out with that, Cyber. But if we look at tournament deck number 2 from Draw Gear, that is a Britain US deck. Are we seeing anything different in this deck, guys?
All right, let's have a look.
Again, just really hard control. Going with Britain US this time. I see a Pershing in there. That's kind of surprising. Maybe he's got a little ramp in here. Yeah, definitely
He
a lot
does
of
have-
ramp.
Yeah, he's got some ramp
Packing
going on.
all the staple elites like Monty Ultra, the Sexton. He's got bounce in there, a little bit of healing, and yeah, there's a lot of elites in here, dude. I'd be kind of
Yeah,
scared.
there's some. I'm not sure if you guys. Yeah, I can't see any Pershing or Lancaster. Oh, there's the Lancaster. Okay, but just not the Pershing. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, there's the Lancaster, there's the Pershing, there's the P40 M5. Yeah, a lot of elites in this deck, definitely a really strong one. And his final deck is a Britain US deck again. You know, obviously we're not seeing any Japan, no Soviet, no Germany, except for an ally nation in deck number 1, right? Clearly going for that strong control in his. What are we seeing in deck number 3 here, guys? Are we seeing anything different from deck 2?
They look pretty similar. I'm kind of struggling to find exact differences. Did he have a rescue mission in that second deck? I don't think so.
No, I don't think he did.
Rescue
I think
mission
it's-
is interesting.
I think it's for the Pershing, just to kind of duplicate it and whatnot. That usually be popular, or the B-17 is usually a good
so.
target for that. Mm.
Why don't you tell the viewers at home what rescue mission does exactly?
Rescue mission, it's a countermeasure, and when you activate it, during your enemy's turn, if they destroy one of your units, it will give you 2 copies of that unit in your hand. So a very good card for duplicating elites. One of the only ways you can do it.
Yeah, that's gonna be really interesting to see, and it's gonna be interesting to see which decks these guys choose to bring into the first match. I think there's not much more that we need to go through before we're ready to head into the first match, and I think the players are pretty much ready to go. So whenever they feel ready, they can just start the game, and we can head into this first match of the first series of the semifinals of the KARDS 2019 World Championship. That was a really long sentence. This is a best of 5, 3 wins needed to clutch the victory. Good luck to our players.
Yeah, definitely good luck for everyone there.
Yeah, I'll let you guys. You guys are gonna take the lead in commentating this as well, and I'll try and hold my tongue and not reveal any hidden cards that are in the hand. If we get started here.
It looks like one of the guys is trying to decide which deck to go through at the first one.
Yeah.
I think it might be Drogear maybe, or they might be just bugging out maybe. Yeah, it looks like there seems to be a problem.
Yeah. It's fine. You can go and check this out. We have Ari, the CTO here. He's gonna help them figure this out. Seems like there was a slight issue with getting the game started, but we have them coming in pretty quickly. I think I also need to ask Zhukov to turn down his. No, never mind. Yeah, no, never mind. You're fine. Don't worry about it. They're working to get themselves into the game. I wonder if there's more that we can talk about in terms of these decks. I don't really. I think we're seeing similar things that both guys have brought throughout the tournament. Zhukov has been very aggressive with his decks, targeting, very distinct. I want these units. I'm gonna use my core set to its fullest potential. Whereas Drogear, clearly, he has the hours played, he has the collection, he has the elites. Who do you guys think is the favorite here?
Well, I've been watching the Twitch chat, and it seems like a lot of people are thinking Drogear is going to take this whole thing. I think these people may have seen him in the ladder and seen how oppressive his control decks can feel sometimes. And according to the interview with Zhukov, it seemed like he was a little worried, to be honest. So
Yeah,
Yeah, he's not
yeah.
going in with. Yeah, it's not going in with the most confidence there, and that's understandable considering, like you said, his collection isn't that high compared to someone like Drogear, right? But it is interesting because he is sticking to his guns, Drogear, and going for control. And if you don't have the right cards, or because that's the problem with control is your mulligan. So sometimes you might start off with some high end cards way before you can deal with something like aggro. So that might be its weakness actually. So considering that. GKZhukov has a lot of aggro decks. He could get overwhelmed. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, and there
looks
we
like we're
are.
jumping in here.
Yeah, we are live with the first match. Oh, I am so ready, you guys. Let's get this show on the road.
Zhukov with a pretty decent mulligan there, having that bombing rate early can be nice. Drogear, though, popping out that Jasko, appears Zhukov is not playing a burn deck, however, so Jasko may not be as much of a threat as if he were playing one of his other decks.
That's it. And also, Jasko is obviously good against early game, but obviously bring that out changes
Early
that.
open with that raiding brigade to take out that Jasko.
Yeah.
Don't want to see any more of those. Drogear with looks like he might play that War Bonds on curve. He has 2 bounce cards and 2 B-17s in his hand. That could be very scary. Opting to play his Blitz Bombers early on. Obviously, he can't move them because they have an operation cost. But getting those bombers out nice and early. Drogear may be lacking a little bit in the early game. That air defense may be very good. Unless Zhukov has a blitz, which it looks like he doesn't. Opting for the ramp seems like the safe play.
I think the ramp was the best choice here because there isn't too much of a threat at the moment. So.
Yeah. Drogear does have that air defense ready, though. So it seems he's probably going to catch Zhukov's artillery with that air defense. Might deploy his gun and air defense.
I think he might be thinking about it because I'm not sure if he actually wants to do it. Maybe he'll actually save it for a bigger threat, but we'll see. I think that's what he's deciding on.
Well, that artillery is probably just going to keep that bomber pinned regardless.
Yeah.
Oh, is he going to use the Avenger on the 1-5?
On the curve and be able to put down that.
This might be where Drogear gets that air defense value. Taking out the Avenger with it.
Well,
he's opting for the bounce.
Oh, no.
Can't quite trigger the air defense.
No.
But that is still a fighter. And that's going to block that bomber from taking out his bomber or his HQ. His bomber has to attack that fighter. Unless he can move it.
Yeah, I mean, we do see some cards that could help with that.
Oh, what I think he should have done is bombing raid the RAAF and then kill it with a gunship. But that also works really well.
Yeah, that's a good play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is why I'm not here at the top work.
Fantastic play there from Zhukov, reclaiming the control of the board.
Drogear with some very devastating planes in his hand. Probably going to snag that TBF, the air defense.
I wonder if he actually saw the countermeasure get activated. He could actually use that as a way to block the draw. So
Zhukov looks like he didn't read it.
Yeah, he didn't read it.
The good chance for him to deploy the P40, probably going to get P17 immediately, however, and that's a little unfortunate.
Yeah, it is on the B17s. But I still think that's the best play because at least now the B17 goes down to a 50-50.
He can't hit them with the TBF since there's no 5 hit points on Zhukov's board. He may opt for the RAAF Baluk Regiment, perhaps.
I think that might be the best play in this case, just so you can start building the board and have a reaction to the 1-3. But still, he might get into a situation where he has to go 50-50 again the following turn for the B17. So he might be opting out to either do that or this play, as you said.
Yeah. Getting rid of that P40, putting it back for another day. Drogir definitely with a ton of removal in his hand, ready to go. Zhukov, looks like he has removal for maybe smaller targets. He might struggle dealing with those large planes that Drogir
I reckon
can
he's going to go
deploy.
for the ramp here.
Yeah, I
I
would
reckon he's going
expect
to go
that.
for the wall bonds and maybe a P40, but he might be waiting for the one extra credit just to get the most value out of the credit gain. But we'll see.
Yeah. That little anti-air gun seems like it can keep that RWF suppressed for the time being, however, so that's good for him.
Yeah, there
Going
we
for the
go.
ramp. Probably saving that Hellcat to hit a bomber, is my guess. Zhukov probably
Yeah.
very aware that Drogir has those TBFs and B-17s.
Yeah, he definitely should be aware of that. And,
And
like we predicted, he's bringing his slowest deck into this, and he's already, if we're looking at the hands, lagging a little bit behind in terms of the big units.
Oh,
really good
there we
luck.
go.
Saw a little fist
Yeah,
bump by
I thought he was
Drogir,
gonna go
yeah.
Eventually, so that was a very lucky round.
Zhukov with a strategic bombing and a bombing raid could potentially just take out both of those planes right here and now.
Clear the board
And
with
knock off
that.
a credit slot of Drogir.
Mm.
We'll see what he does. If he had one more credit, he could death from above the Baluk regiment as well, but unfortunately he's one behind. He still
Yeah, I
has the
think
death from above. Go for it.
Yeah, I think the best play would be death from above on the RAF, and then using the M18 to finish off the B17, as well as the artillery on the RAF.
He still has that Empire for the other B-17 if it comes to that. And
Yeah,
so Zhukov can definitely afford to throw out a bunch of cards and get them all back.
Oh,
looks like he's
I'm
opting to
surprised by
Empire
this.
now. Interesting. He's
That
going to
was a
overkill his
very-
hand unless he can play something. The next
Yeah,
turn,
that was
hold that other Empire, though.
I was very surprised by that play,
I
actually.
think that was an interesting play. Definitely going to overdraw. Ooh, Drogir
Yeah.
with the Mosquito and the Pioneers. Probably not going to get a whole lot of value out of the Pioneers right now. It looks like he's going
Or
for
the
it. Going to
B7.
probably go for the draw on
Yeah.
the heel. That
Yeah, I
Baluk
reckon
pick up that artillery.
I definitely think he should go for the draw first, just to see what options he has.
For sure. That little guard probably not too useful going for the ramp.
Okay,
All right. He looks like he's
that's
building up.
a good play. He used up all his credits, so I think that was a good play.
Yeah.
14 credits now.
That's not
But
the
of
card
course-
you want to see discarded.
But of course, with these
No.
finely drafted decks, there's probably not too many cards you'd want to see discarded. Probably why Drogir is running discard, to be honest. Because imagine yourself in this situation. You pick every card meticulously. You don't want to see it discarded.
That's
Good
true.
bombing rate right there.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
as
that
you
wasn't a
as
bad
you
play.
predicted. Wow. Excellent play there from GKZhukov.
Does he want to use? I think he's debating if he wants to use that death. Probably just going to develop the board more, get some 17 protection. Still very little value that Drogir is going to get from his two Avengers in his hand. The Albacore might be good for him though. He still has the Mosquito. He can get one RD with another Albacore and the precision bombing too.
Yeah,
That's
he
pretty
can
neat.
shut this. He can shut this down, and then
He's
set
on
himself up
deploy.
as a position.
He's on deploy planes, laying down the heat. Every one of these planes is pretty much an order tied into the plane. It's a lot of
Yeah,
coming.
that's it. A lot of control
Really-
value.
Really
card.
hard to play that. Really hard to play the ground game versus on deploy planes, just because they really pummel you. Not only do you have to get to those bombers, they're killing all your units when you play them. So could have been a little luckier on that death, but maybe a little low on options. Maybe he wants the yeah, that works out.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I still think that was a pretty good play.
It's a good play for sure. Still has the Empire, which he's probably saving. Might see a B-17 pop out, might not. Probably not. Maybe
Yeah,
he'll
not
just drop
many
the Avenger. He
I
might
reckon he
drop
should
the-
just drop the Avenger at that point, because that it seems like a bit of a waste to have those two Avengers just sitting in hand. I just think that he should have still left that out, but
Zhukov able to actually hit face with the Pershing here with all that credit, all those credits he has. Of course, we know Drogir would probably immediately destroy it with an Avenger or a B-17, but we'll see how this goes. We'll see what he decides to do. Not a whole lot of options for Zhukov right now.
It's definitely becoming a little bit slimmer in terms of his options as we move further into this game. Obviously, we're moving into Droggear's territory. This is where he thrives, you know, late in the game with these control decks.
Of course. All right, so he's,
Yeah, I think
what
that was a
Zhukov's
good
doing,
play.
he may be saving his Pershing to maybe rush one of those bombers. Because as far as Zhukov knows, okay, here comes the other one. Might be doing the gamble. Well, he's got the precision bombing
Yeah,
anyways.
no, it's definitely not Gamp. Yeah,
Yeah.
regardless. He would have got that. So that was a good play. He doesn't get the extra draw, considering he's then got 2 cards.
I was
that just a
thinking,
good-
I was thinking maybe Zhukov should have used the sheet in to take out that Baluk, but we'll see now.
Possibly,
He's
because of
gonna
all
get that. Go for it. Getting his hand back.
Yeah.
Another B-17, Death from Above. This is actually looking pretty good for Zhukov here.
Yeah.
Getting that card advantage again. He has many things that can destroy. Both of Droggear's B-17s down, by the way, so not often you survive a double B-17. Ooh, Droggear with the Sexton, though. That might buy him a lot of time later on. Still has the heal card, still ramping. But I think Empire of the Sun really coming in just today in general, getting a lot of value from it.
Yeah,
I am finding that.
I think that's the MVP card for today for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, across the day. That's pretty funny.
A little interesting that he's dropping the B-17, but he's probably trying to force something out of Droggear, something bigger.
Yeah, I think because obviously they both have their deck lists, the opponent's deck list next to them, right? So I think then I think he might be just using it to bait out the
another precision bombing. Probably hoping to get the Black Watch. Oh, it got his bomber though. That's unfortunate for him. Droggear looking a little flustered at that.
And they're getting very thin on the deck sides as well.
Droggear still has that other TBF though. Yeah. As well play that.
Yeah, I definitely
all right, so
think
now
he's
it's a gamble.
out.
Now it's a gamble for the TBF, and he still has that Pershing that he can just rush over. Zhukov, I feel, definitely has the advantage here for sure. Droggear just almost completely out of options, it seems. I guess it's pretty smart to pin the B-17 instead of taking that gamble.
That's it, and plus he might be keeping that Avenger for the Pershing, so we'll see how it goes.
Opting for the card draw. Gunship mission.
Oh, that was a good one.
Ooh, that might be that's good. He can take out that people.
Yeah, definitely keeping himself open.
Probably move the Takasagi up, play the Corsair.
Yeah,
and hold
apply
on.
that pressure. Yeah, and put the Corsair down. Definitely. There's no there's no downside.
It's very good that he's holding on to these 2 cards.
Yeah, I think so too.
Droggear has played a lot of his heavy hitters already. Droggear with a little tongue sticking out. Seeming a little flustered.
Yeah, I think the reason why he didn't attack is because otherwise he'll get a favorable trade with the Avenger. So
there's Droggear's last card.
There it is. I think this is where we're gonna start.
A little unfortunate. A little unfortunate it didn't have the Takasagi, but like we said, he's just not a whole lot of options for him. He's struggling, wiggling his mouse. I think Zhukov might have this one unless Droggear top decks something really nice.
Yeah, that's it.
I was thinking maybe he could have Hellcated the bomber and then traded the Corsair into the Sexton and also kill the Baluk with the death effect.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that would have been good. Yeah.
I think
that would have been that. Because now he's going to get a decent value trade from the Baluk, but that's okay.
Well, he still has to trade for the guard. Well, yeah, the Takasagi won't even kill him.
Yeah, I think it's because, like, just in case maybe Droggear top decks a Pershing, at least he's got the front line covered.
Droggear not in a position you want to be top decking looking for answers. It's going to be a little rough. Maybe he'll trade the Corsair into the Blackwatch and kill both units.
No, I think he's going to go Pershing straight up the face. But he should make sure that he trades, with the 4-2 first. Otherwise, he's denying.
He's going to...
Otherwise, he's... Oh, I'm not sure if that was the right play
Yeah,
there.
that's interesting play there.
Yeah, because otherwise now it's going to be...
Rescue mission. Drogear not happy about that.
Oh,
That
definitely
is
not.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, that's probably the worst top 10 you can get right at this moment. Oh, no.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and you don't want to see that. You don't want to see that.
It's looking pretty in the bag for Zhukov here.
Yes.
Yeah.
But excellent. This has been an excellent match so far. Both of these guys absolutely testing each other's limits here.
Ooh, the air defense.
Yeah, I think he's set now.
When the ultra.
Yeah,
Drogear not happy.
He realized. He
You
realized.
can see the disappointment on his face. He's not happy with that. But this still is a best of 5, so it's still anyone's. He's removing the headset. Oh well. Congratulations to Zhukov for this first game.
And there we go. GKZhukov taking match number 1 in this first series against Drogear. And coming from what Zhukov has been saying earlier in the day, I expected him to struggle a little bit more with this deck against Drogear, but clearly, his USA Japan deck can hang with the best of the control decks.
Yeah, as we said, just me and Cyber thought that deck of his we thought would be his best answer to the control, just because it meets heavy with heavy.
Yeah, and I mean it's really the only deck where he's bringing a lot of big units, and none of his other decks would be able to trade blows as much as we were seeing there in the mid game.
Mm-hmm. But as we know now, he won't be able to play that deck again, right?
Well, he won't be able to play it. Not in his next game. But the game after, and that's exactly what I wanted to ask you guys. What do you think are we going to see now following this match? What are the changes that each of these guys is going to make? What are we going to see Drogear bring? And obviously, the two other decks from Zhukov only has one
very
card
similar,
difference,
yes.
Right? So we know what he's going to bring, but what's Drogear going to bring?
I think knowing that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think he might stick with it as well because it is pretty good against aggro. It's got a lot of ways to deal with the early games. It's got Jasko obviously to help mitigate some of the burn, but yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Scout.
Yeah, Drogear knows he's pretty much going up against aggro next, so he's probably gonna pick a deck with some healing and a little more early game removal.
Yeah, that makes sense. And speaking of next game, before we go into that one, we're gonna hear Thomas talking with our winner of game number 1, GKZhukov, for a little bit. Take it away, Thomas.
All right, welcome GKZhukov, and congratulations for the first win of the day.
Thanks.
Nicely done. That was a pretty tough match, wasn't it?
Yeah. And it's going to be a lot harder with the different matchups coming forward. So, but, yeah.
Yeah, take a deep breath. I think also on the live stream
now.
No, I think also people on the live stream, they were also quite excited. So
yeah.
How is it, or is it any different playing in a studio or with real conditions like big spectators, spotlights, and so on? Is it different than playing from home?
Yeah, definitely. I think there's probably two sides to it. I think there's the pressure of knowing people are watching and there's something at stake. But also, I guess for me, that gives a bit of focus, because playing at home, I'll often just make a move and see what happens and then be like, that was a really silly thing to do. But I don't know if I can do many more of those. I feel like that's burnt my brain out already.
Right, I mean, you need to be
hopefully
super focused.
The same for Drogear, hopefully.
Right, okay, let's go a little bit over the match maybe. The starting was not too bad, the opening. What's your impression on that? How did the match develop from your point of view?
So I guess the opening, I had a couple of cheap things to start with, but also the war bonds so that I knew I could start ramping up. So that was nice. And then I think sort of looking at Drogir's decks, it was about if I can avoid the traps and try and outvalue him in some way, but I really wasn't sure how that was gonna pan out. And I was holding that Pershing for a while, waiting for it to be killed by something if I dropped it.
Right. Nicely done, nicely done. Yes, very good. You mentioned like you thought about Drogir's deck. How much do you study your opponent's decks beforehand? Do you have everything memorized, or do you know exactly, okay, these are the cards?
So obviously with this one we got the decks quite late and all of us were travelling at various points and stuff, so there was a bit less time, and I don't actually know the credit cost of some of those cards. I had to ask, and Drogir very kindly told me, so that was nice.
That's fair sportsmanship.
Yeah,
Very nice, very nice.
and all the people I've met have been really good, so that's been a nice part of coming here, whatever happens going forward.
All right, great. Let's focus on the coming matches. That was just the first in a series best of 5.
I can easily lose the next 3.
Absolutely, you can win also the next one. So best of luck for that.
Thank you.
And with that, back to the host.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Thomas. We're back with me. Super good to be able to hear the players' thoughts right after those games. This is the best way, in our opinion, that we can really get a sense of what goes through the minds of these players as they play the game at such a high level. But we do have our casters still here with us, Scout and Cybernetic. Any more comments around that game? I can see that it's daylight for you now, Cyber.
Yes. So you can see the sun rising from the the left-hand side of my face there. So yes, it's at 8:40 a.m. right now. So there you go.
Has the dawn brought any new revelations about this previous match that we saw, or any Nostradamus predictions for what we're going to see in these coming matches?
Oh, I reckon the next one's going to be tough. I think because when it comes to aggro and control, because it's going to be like pretty much aggro versus control. Again, I reckon it's going to come down to the mulligan, honestly, like especially for control, because there is a lot of things you don't want to end up with 2 Empire of the Earth after doing a mulligan. You know, that's not going to give you anything to get you back. But I guess we'll see.
Yeah, so it's definitely a matter of that early game, card draw, right? You need to be able to get the correct units out to deal with the aggressiveness. But what is Zhukov's path to victory here?
Like Cyber said, I think it might come down to the mulligan. So I think he's going to need some luck on his side. I think the play for Drogir would be definitely to play a deck with some healing in it, and if he does that, I think he may stand the better chance against Zhukov.
Doesn't he have healing in pretty much all his decks, or?
I'm just having a look at that actually. Not all of them. Not all of them.
Yeah,
actually,
well, a little bit of heal in some of these at least. He has We Can Do It in 2 of these. But yeah, no, definitely, like, he's not over-indexing on the healing, so he doesn't really have a deck that he can just bring and heal through anything. So it's gonna be interesting. But before we head into this next match, we actually sat down and learned just a little bit more on a personal note about Zhukov. So maybe we could play that interview now, and while we get everything set up for the next match.
Hello, I'm here with GKZhukov, one of our finalists in the 2019 KARDS World Championship. GKZhukov, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Hey, so my name is Varun, which people also pronounce Varun, all sorts of ways, and I go by GKZhukov on KARDS, which is a handle that I've used in the past. It was just happened to fit with the theme this time, and I happened to get Zhukov as my first elite from the pack, which I guess was destiny in that sense. So that was after I picked the name. I'm from the UK. I'm a youth counsellor, so a psychotherapist is my job. I started playing cards, I suppose I joined when the open beta came about, but then didn't play for a couple of months and then started playing. I've ended up playing more aggressive decks in this tournament because of what I have available to me, but in general in card games I'm more of a control player, and sometimes just a bit of kind of random jank nonsense player.
I get you. But you have considerable competitive experience from other card games, right?
So I've I don't know if you know the card game company Fantasy Flight. I was world champion of one of their games a few years ago, and a couple of national champions as well.
Wow.
But that was in the past in different games, so it doesn't necessarily mean I can go anywhere with this.
Well, you're no stranger to the limelight, at least, and playing in world championships. That's for sure. It probably gives you a leg up on some of the other components.
Hopefully.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for sharing some information about yourself, and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Yes, that was GKZhukov talking to us earlier today, a little bit just about himself. I see that the players are sat down at the computers and they're about to get ready. Anything you guys want to say before we head into this next match? These players can go ahead and start their games, and we're ready to join them whenever.
I just want to say, GKZhukov, he can read me a bedtime story anytime he wants. He has such a soothing voice.
Oh, he does. He does. And you know what? When we were doing these interviews, I told the guys they were all way better at interviews than I expected them to be. Normally, you know, when you're talking to kind of interviewing for the first time esports players, it tends to be really brief answers and really hard to get information out of them. But all these guys handled it like pros. So I think we have a great, you know, first crop of esports athletes here in the KARDS community. You guys can just go ahead whenever you're ready. We are ready to join you, and we're super excited to see this next match. That first match certainly delivered, and we are in. Let's get it on the way, underway. Cybernetic and Scout, take it away.
Zhukov right away with that really aggro mulligan, yeah.
I would 100% just push through to the. I wouldn't go for the hill, the draw. I'd go for the, just like what he just did there.
Put the pressure on right away.
Yeah, straight away.
Drogear, no answer for it.
Not yet, anyway.
Probably not gonna. Oh, he can probably bloody sickle his recon.
Yeah, I think that should be played first, just to see what kind of options he had. But he could.
Maybe not the first turn, but he can do it now for sure.
Yeah, that's. Oh, I meant like make sure that you got your draw effect going off now.
Gotcha.
I mean, I just want to share that I got killed on turn 3 by that unit that just got destroyed there for the other day playing the ranked ladder. So that I'm particularly happy to see that card destroyed.
Oh, we've all been on the receiving end of that one.
Yeah, I am still surprised he hasn't used the bloody sickle yet. I think that would have been a really good way to see what kind of options you have, and you know, I fear like he could be getting into like if he doesn't have it now, but if he had precision bombing, that would have been obviously a really good target for him.
Ooh, this air defense might just take away all that card draw if Zhukov triggers it. Maybe Zhukov will remember he has it.
That's if he read it. That's if he's read it. That's what I'm hoping.
Zhukov playing his namesake.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. I definitely think he needs to. Yeah, there we go.
All right, there we go. Very smart by him.
All right.
He may want to do it again.
Nah, I think he needs to bait out the.
Because
the air defense.
The air defense.
Oh,
there we go. He's got a top deck.
Okay.
He'll be able to deal with that now.
Katyusha.
Wow, that ended up being a really good turn there for Zhukov.
Yeah. Zhukov losing his frontline pressure, though, which means Drogear has a chance to bounce back from that.
That's right. The Albacore did a bit of a number.
See what that Blackwatch hit. Just one card. That's pretty lucky for Zhukov. See what he can play. He can probably buff his Katyusha attack and maybe finish it off. If he gets higher damage. Oh, he's going face. Probably better that he goes face, since he has plenty of things that can deal with that. The Akita up there. I wonder if Drogear has anything that can take out that Type 93. Ooh, there he goes.
Oh, the HMS was a really
There he goes. Look at him wiggling the card around. He knows it. Get that Katyusha and Type 93 out.
Yeah. That's going to be a nice bet.
Zhukov still with the front line, however. Still has an Akita on the board. Unable to hit face.
Another top deck.
Yeah, Rising Sun. That's a good hit.
Yeah, definitely rising sun.
Oh.
See what else.
He may choose to take out the Black Watch with his 40-second rifles, combined with
I think
a bloody sickle, and then hit
I
face with
think
the Akita.
either face or trade, maybe, because it is a free bomber hit, so it might be something, you know, just in case he leads up to a bombing run.
Yeah,
At
I
least
think
it'll
he
be a
really wants to get that. I think with the deck he's running, he really wants to get that face damage in.
I was very
Interesting that he
surprised by
used the bloody sickle.
Yeah. Oh no.
Interesting.
Yeah, I would have
Oh,
I
expected.
really thought that was the play.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the pressure of, you know, being in the finals does do a number on you, trust me.
Rogue is still packing that healing, however, so may not end as quick as Zhukov may hope. Another
Oh,
Rising
the
Sun.
top deck again.
Nice.
Always getting options.
Oof.
There we
That's how them aggro decks are played, dude. You gotta top deck it.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
I definitely think Cats is going to be worth it now.
Doesn't seem like Zhukov has a super obvious option right here. Obviously, he can't bloody sickle him anymore,
Yeah.
as he has no ground units. Opting to hit
I'm actually
face.
surprised he's not opting for again just hitting the bomber for free and not using the Katyusha to move the bomber.
Really
either,
think he's
which
trying.
is
I really think he's trying to keep that face pressure up, because that's
maybe
the only way he can win, is to just burn
base
that
is
face
the
down.
place.
You see
Eventually
Draugr there talking to himself, making sure that he's counting out what he needs to do.
Eventually, Draugr is going to have to spend a turn to play those heal cards if Zhukov can keep up this pressure. Good play by Draugr to
Yeah,
take the front line with the bomber.
It's a really good idea to stop that frontline pressure. Japan obviously relies on the front line a lot, so it worked out in his favor.
Might see the Shiden come out. The Shiden does have ambush, so Draugr
That's right.
might struggle to kill it, though he could throw a bomber into it and then hit it with the mosquito, or play one of his many removal cards, which I'm sure he has.
Yeah, I saw a precision bombing there, which he would no doubt use. So yeah, he's in a really awkward situation, not knowing what the opponent has.
Yeah, it's worth noting that he does hold precision bombing in all of his decks, Draugr. So.
All right,
Yeah,
opting to hit face again. Play the KV1, get that HQ pressure. Force them heal cards out of Draugr. Precision bombing coming right away, though.
Draugr seems to be in a very comfortable position with those heal cards, and after using that, I'm sure, Zhukov is going to react to that.
Zhukov still has that Empire of the Sun. Zhukov still packing that Empire of the Sun, however. Can easily take out that mosquito, which is what he's doing now. So, not really developing the board this turn, but definitely expanding his options.
Oh, definitely. That was an interesting play, in my opinion, because he could have used that with his regiment there next turn to draw some extra cards.
Might see the war bonds come out from Draugr, or the we can do it even better. That's going to be huge. That's a really tough nut for Zhukov to crack. He's shaking his head a little there. Oh, but the raiding brigade can definitely take out one of those bombers.
Yeah, the raiding and the
amphibious. Yeah, he may want to use the amphibious on the frontline Baluk, however.
Yeah, definitely the front line, because there's a chance that he could draw his other one as well if he uses it on the regiment. So.
And now he can take out the bomber, move that guy to the front line, the second raiding brigade, and
that's
still have a little bit left over to play with.
He could also use, if you wanted to.
Yeah, it looks like he's opting to put Mito up there.
I think just to get the burn damage in.
Draugr,
I think Lancaster's going to be a really good spot.
Looks like he's going to drop the Lancaster.
Yeah.
Destroy Zhukov's hand. Oh! Not hit the HQ.
I was definitely surprised by that play.
I am too. I thought he was going to... Yeah, because if he hit his HQ, that really would have set Zhukov back, I feel.
Oh, man, a lot.
Now Zhukov has a chance to get rid of that Lancaster. Looks
that
like
is going
that's
to get some
exactly.
good value.
Ooh, very
Oh,
strong
look at
play by
this.
Zhukov here, taking out all
Oh,
3. And
yep.
most like, oh, Droger not happy with that. Most
Oh,
likely
he
gonna
saw
move his
that.
Akita to the front.
Yeah.
There we go. And Zhukov still has
Oh,
draw in his hand with the 33rd recon plus the bloody sickle.
that's
So he
right.
still has a chance
And I
to get
think,
quite a few cards back.
and not only that, yeah, a lot of things that you have to consider when you're versing against Japan is knowing that the opponent has bombing run. So a really good trick is to make sure that you have only 2 units either side of HQ to avoid 3 units from dying just like that.
Lucky for Zhukov there with the Akita hitting Drogir's HQ. The Signal Regiment coming out now. For those who don't know, whenever one of your units dies while Signal Regiment is on the board, your enemy HQ takes 1 damage.
This is where I would have the 32nd Recon Regiment and the Blaze Sickle combo go off.
I
Yeah.
agree. Yeah.
Oh,
the Ultra though. Forgot that
the
was triggered.
Ultra.
He can still toss out the
Yeah,
shooting,
I think
however. Have the
I
ambush.
know.
Drogir has the TBF in his hand, but Zhukov still not putting out a unit with 5 HP. Zhukov's still going for
I
the
think that's
face.
still the play.
Ooh, the Monty though. This is
Oh no.
this is gonna hurt him. This is gonna hurt. He still has the bounce as well, probably.
Yeah, got the sextet for next turn.
This may be a good time for him to maybe drop the Avenger now.
I was definitely surprised by that move. It's good to say
Yeah,
that the following
Sexton.
turn and use the ramp. Yeah,
Looks like he's going for the heal. It's probably the safer play for sure.
but he might be just trying to finish off the game as quickly as possible.
Ooh, he can get that artillery. Very good top
Yeah.
deck. The amphibious assault.
Yeah,
Very good for Zhukov.
at least that's going to open up his Shiden as well. So.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Out before coming out. Right, Drogir expanding his options. Another adventure.
Oh yeah.
Not what
Yeah.
Drogir wants to see right now. He may play another draw.
Yeah, I
It
think
looks
he
like that's
should.
what he's going to do.
Oof.
2.
Oh,
That's scary. That's scary.
yeah.
Oof. That is
For
scary.
sure.
And we're now seeing Zhukov in the same position we were talking about. Drogir not wanting to be last game, having to top deck for survival.
What
Yes, he'll be able to
What
actually
Zhukov
hit the.
may want to do here is kill the Baluk with his Shiden
Yeah.
and try and
Yeah,
get
and
that 1-2 up to the front line.
Yeah, that's the play, and then see what
So we
options
can-
before going
yeah.
for the second attack with the Shiden.
Yeah, I don't really
Yeah.
see a lot of other options for him in this situation.
Oh,
Hmm.
I would.
And
Oh,
he can hit
there we
both.
go.
He can hit both.
He really wanted the face to be the place.
Ooh, another Rising Sun, a Bloody Sickle.
Oh!
This is a lot of
I
draw
would
coming
bloody
out for
success,
Zhukov.
actually. Bloody
Oh, he's low on
success.
cards though. He just checked how many cards he had left. Not too
Okay.
many options. Doing a lot of cycling, but I think he's looking for an answer that isn't there.
Oh, and the Pershing in the hand as well.
Yeah, Drogir, the control definitely coming online now.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, you just look at the cards. You see Zhukov holding 2 cards, 2 draw gears. How many is that? 4 plus 4, 8 cards. You know,
Yeah.
this is going to be an uphill battle for sure, just
Yeah,
by
and
pure number of cards.
Zhukov, not very many cards left in his deck as well.
Showing that he's got the Pershing out, so that's going to definitely apply a lot of pressure on him. So I'm not
He's
sure
hovering
if he
over. He only has
uses-
4 cards left in his deck.
Yeah.
This is gonna be rough.
It's not opting
3.
for the draw.
He
Yeah.
still has 2. He can still double hit the HQ with his Shiden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
And
still has
still
the
puts
Mito.
many.
There's still a chance for Zhukov here. He still has the Mito,
Yeah.
the Torah, and the Death Effect from Sendai Regiment or the
Yeah.
Signal Regiment. I mean,
Yeah. He needs to
Anyone
put
need that
everything down
bicycle?
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. All right, here we go. Guess.
get that B-17 buffer. I think his best bet is the B-17 not hitting his Signal Regiment.
All right.
Ooh, we can do it from Drogir, however.
Wow.
I don't think
Yeah,
he
but I'm
can
not
play
sure if
that
that's gonna
and
do
a
it.
B-17. Yeah.
I mean,
He wants to get that pressure to the front line. Ooh, 1 hit point left.
Oh, I don't think he expected that.
Oh no!
Oh,
Oh!
he missed
Oh, he missed
he
it. Oh, he's not happy with
Oh,
that.
no.
He forgot about the signal regiment.
He forgot about the
yeah.
signal regiment.
Oh,
Hate to
no.
see it.
Oh,
You could see the pressure
unfortunate.
from our whole tournament getting.
wow.
Yeah.
The
Well,
pressure.
That's disappointing to see.
Wow. Man, you know, that shows you anything can happen when you're on the world stage. It was definitely, he was not expecting that. He was holding that heel as well. We can do it. He could have avoided that. Maybe
He just did not notice that signal regiment there, and you
Yeah.
hate to see it. That was brutal. That hurts. But
Yeah.
that signal regiment had been there for quite a while. I mean, it was played, you know, what, turn 8 or something like that, turn 8 or 9.
it played it by itself in one turn, and it just sat there, minding its own business, and then just comes in and.
It kind of lurked in the corner, waiting and just waited. Oh, you forgot about me? Now I'm gonna win the game.
Yeah, I'm surprised he get noticed after he killed the Mido first as well and was on 1 hit point.
Yeah. No, I mean obviously he was. Yeah, he was.
Maybe he didn't know how many hit points he had. I don't know, but he definitely missed something there, and that's super unfortunate
Yeah.
to see.
Yeah, we'll make sure to ask him about that later on. But for now, we have Thomas standing by with GKZhukov again, our winner of match number 2, that is now 2-0 up and can bring his strong deck that he thinks is the best against Dragir's decks into the next match. But let's go.
Now Zhukov can bring his control deck again now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's a good chance Zhukov can take it.
Yeah, let's switch over to the interview set with Thomas, where he's standing by with GKZhukov.
I'm here with GKZhukov after his second match and the second win. Let's see what he has to say. First of all, congratulations to that second match. That was quite intense, wasn't it?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I thought it was going away from me at a couple of points for sure.
So you had a pretty strong start, or it looked pretty good. But before we go into the details, maybe explain what you did different in this match. You, per the rules, had to choose a different deck.
Yeah. So I had to play one of my Blitzburn decks because those were the only other things I brought. And I knew the start would be important, but I'm also not always great at playing against bombers and things. I like that decision of to hit the HQ or to try and clear stuff is a tricky one, I guess. And I wasn't sure how much Drogir would be able to then heal up, and so however strong your start is, that problem kind of occurs, I guess. And I remember I was worried about carpet bombing. I was worried about, there was a turn I played around air defense and it was actually ultra that he had.
Right. That was a little bit like, oh man.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I think I'm still a bit in the...
Sure, no worries. I mean, that's pretty intense pressure in all these matches, right?
Yeah, and I think for both of us that impacted us this time.
Yeah, well, that's one of the challenges that maybe some people underestimate. If you are really in the spotlight, right at the table, I mean, it's a nice table, right? But still pretty strong pressure. But let's go a little bit more over the match details, maybe. So you had a pretty strong and a good start, but then you got bogged down a little bit, at least it seems so.
Yeah. And I think definitely there were 1 or 2 points where the top deck did kind of help me a bit there. Like there's a lot of cards in there designed to do that, but I still could easily have not drawn them.
Right, you had a little bit of draw luck, Empire of the Sun, and twice Tora, and so on. That was pretty good, but I think the most exciting part was just the finish, the final. What happened there?
So I knew that I was in a bit of trouble, and so I had to go for the kind of, I guess, the one out that I saw, and just hope that Drogir either didn't have the cards, although he was drawing furiously through them, or that he might just not notice.
and I don't actually know which of the two happened. So as you say, there's that pressure, and I think it starts to get mentally exhausting. Even though we might play more games like casually, there's a different feel to it, and when it goes on quite late, I guess both those games they went towards the end of the decks, and when you're playing against a very strong opponent, it's got that extra. I don't know, I'm just muddling my words up now.
No voice. Now you're leading 2-0. That should make you feel a little bit more relaxed, comfortable. How are you going to the next games? It's just like, I got it, or it's just like still full
I think
focus?
I have to still treat it as if, everything is at stake. Otherwise it's really easy to suddenly be 2-2 and then it all just goes wrong.
Right, I just wanted to mention that. Droge is, of course, a strong player, and he had a couple of turnarounds. You know,
I think both of us have come back from behind during this tournament, so.
So stay on your focus. Good luck, but good luck to Droge as well. It's fantastic finals. Well, semi-final so far, but still.
Hopefully, it's at least interesting for people to watch.
Absolutely, I can assure you that. And with that, back to the host, Oli.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Thomas, and thank you for that, Zhukov. Congratulations on your second match win. What an amazing match. Let's bring our casters back into the fold here and talk a little bit about this. Man, I'm still like a little bit shocked.
Yeah. Because one of the guys in Baby actually in the Twitch chat was saying maybe he forgot that the Pershing's effects requires for it to be on the front line for it to not get his. Yeah, maybe that's what was the case. But I guess we'll find out once we do, if we have the opportunity to talk.
Yeah, we'll definitely, either today or tomorrow, we'll have an opportunity to talk to him about that. But for now, we definitely want to get these players into match 3 as soon as we can. But before that, earlier today, I sat down with Dragir as well, and we learned a little bit more about him.
Hello and welcome to the 2019 KARDS World Championship. I'm here with one of our finalists, Dragir, coming from Sweden. Dragir, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
39 years old, turning 40 soon. I have a wife and kid back home. Love playing cards.
Yeah.
It's like the funniest game around.
Yeah, what do you do for a living?
I'm a railroad man, railroad surveyor.
Railroad surveyor?
Yes, I have the measurements in the Stockholm subway station, subway, so we do repairs at night. And so I'm not the builder, but I help the builders.
Make sure everything is safe.
Yeah, to a millimeter.
Yes, so the people of Sweden should feel comfortable that a potential world champion is keeping them safe on the streets, or in the subway rather.
Of course.
Have you played a lot of card games in the past?
Yeah. I play Magic the Gathering when I was 14, maybe in the early 90s. Yeah, and I played all the games along the way, but play Hearthstone. But this is really up my alley because I am a big history buff. I like the World War II and in general, so it's up my alley.
So you like kind of the historical accuracy of the game, and
it's a game, but I know I like the pictures and I like the feeling.
Of course.
Pretty pictures.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Dragir. I hope you have great luck in this tournament. Good luck.
And we are back while we were watching that interview, we actually got a response from Dragir. It was just the pressure of the world stage. So let's bring our casters back in here and let's jump into game number 3 as soon as we can. The guys can just go on ahead and start the match. But yeah, clearly the pressure of the bunker is having a say. Maybe we should have someone from the crew add a little smoke into the mix just to amp up the pressure a little bit more. We do have a smoke machine.
That'd be a little mean.
Look. It looks like he went back for that's his original deck, isn't it?
Yeah.
Zhukov? Yeah.
Yeah, that was the good play by him. Because this deck, I feel he was a little more in control in his first game.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like he needed, quite a bit of, right cards at the right time for that aggro deck to be that effective. So let's see if he manages to close out the series here. Otherwise, he'll have to switch to one of those aggro decks again before he's able to play this one again. So if he ends up losing this match, we could really quickly see this going into a 2-2 series with an ultimate final game.
Yeah, that's the potential. If Zhukov loses, however, he doesn't have to change decks again, and he can probably stick with his control deck.
No, both players have to change decks every time. So.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Now it's good to see Zhukov's got the nice curve when it comes to the ramp as well. So I think he's going to get a pretty good lead at this stage.
Sorry about the dogs there.
No problem.
Drogir is left with a lot of high-end cards here. It's going to take him a while to start dropping it.
Oh yeah,
Obviously,
Drogir with a
yeah,
pretty rough hand for Drogir here.
Yeah, but luckily, since it's ramp, right, it takes time for it to build up. But unfortunately, it's going to give Zhukov the time to build up his board as well with more credits as well.
With a pretty beefy hand here, lots of options.
Yeah.
Seems like for all stages of the game.
Yeah, definitely a lot of options here for Zhukov, but let's not forget that Drogir is holding the control of the board right now and is playing a very, very late game deck. So
that is true. You see the P40 come out from Zhukov, make Drogir's deployment a little awkward. He may choose to drop the guard anyways. He may not. He may actually do a Monty Wolfpack to buy him some time.
Yeah, I think that might be the best bet. Knowing that the opponent actually has enough credits.
There's the Wolfpack.
Okay.
Zhukov with the shrug.
Oh, he's putting that out on. Oh, okay, that's right. We've got about the guard. But yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Managed to deal with that pretty effectively, but
the Annihilation. Ooh. Taking out that P40, another card discarded. The air defense is not what you want to see go versus a late game control deck. That's a V17 killer that he just lost. He may drop the Corsair now just to maybe ward off some on deploy planes.
Yeah, because he's running out of options here, so it'd be good for him to build up.
Ooh, the carpet bomb. We're gonna see another carpet bomb next. We're probably gonna see another carpet bomb next turn.
Yeah, there's no point putting a unit out at this stage.
Yeah. Drogir
he
knows.
Will take 8 damage. Ooh,
so we can do it though. The top deck.
Oh.
Drogir not happy with that, or maybe he's stopping.
But should have put the chest go down. So obviously,
that hurts.
Apply that pressure, but that's fine. At least it's now out of Avenger range as well.
Ooh, a comet from Drogir though. Probably take out that TBF pretty easily. Zhukov with the HQ protection with the Jasko.
Yeah, he's in a pretty awkward position here. He's got too many high-end cards.
He doesn't have a lot of hit points either. He can't afford to take too many hits.
Yeah, exactly.
Not what he wants here. He's gonna take 4 more damage.
Yeah, I think he understands there's an awkward position here.
Zhukov. If Drogir doesn't get a heal, another gunship top deck might just win Zhukov the game.
Yeah, that's right.
Is he gonna go for it? He may save it as like a little hidden finish.
Yeah, I would save it. That, yeah.
Okay.
Chooses to go for it.
Knowing he's running discard, I think that was actually the better play.
Yeah.
Ooh.
You might need to break out the Leopold, it seems.
Yeah, I think the Leopold could turn it around as long as he doesn't have anything next turn. Leopold.
He has a
heal. Yeah. Oh, I mean Zhukov, sorry.
Yeah. Leopold, I think, maybe is best. Okay, he's not playing the Leopold.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Well, he's still Zhukov still doesn't have lethal this turn though, since he did pop
he could
a
put the guards
fortification.
down, right? Because it won't be a favorable trade. Yeah. I think that might. Yeah. I think what he did actually there was actually good. Oh.
Another one. Ooh.
He's up at the
Drogier.
Yeah.
Might
He'll be forced
might
to
be
use
forcing
Lurk.
out that Leopold now.
Yeah.
Hmm. Sacrifice that get rid of the Corsair there.
Yeah.
Not,
Oh,
oh,
the top.
but
there's
he might
targets
want
here.
to hold on.
He
To
might.
that. He might want to
He
hold on to
might.
that.
Yeah, I would hold on to it, obviously.
Yeah.
But maybe just to try to finish it off, he might be tempted to just do it anyway.
Save it for that 17.
Yeah, I would save it.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
I agree.
Oh, he gets a good M5 there.
You may see the mosquito drop now.
And I think it will, and that's where
Can
it's going to
Empire
get his value
the
from its Empire of the Sun.
Yeah. Drogier still with the Leopold, but he still does have. When the Empire comes out, Zhukov might take a Lancaster to the face, and
Yeah.
that credit increase, or he might just top deck 2 gunships. Who knows?
Oh,
Yes.
that.
Wow.
It'd be tempting
Okay.
to actually use the
Spooky. Looks like he can Lancaster and then pop another guard on his HQ.
That was good. Did you see why he attacked with the Albacore first?
Zhukov-
To kind of bait
Zhukov-
out the air defense.
Zhukov gets a lucky death from above. He can win this right now.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely.
He may
I
go
think
for the
I
gamble.
think at this point you'll probably just want to.
Honestly, the death from above, it's like a 2 out of 3 chance it'll get a good target anyways. Opting for the Sheedan, maybe?
Right? That's very.
Oh, wait. No, that's game right there. No, it's not. Oh, no, it's not.
No, he doesn't have
No,
enough
no, no,
credits.
Nah, I think he should have used both
That-
the Hellcats and gone
Kill
for
him
it.
with it. My mistake.
Ooh.
Ooh, however. His HQ unprotected. He goes face
Oh,
to
that
face.
was very risky.
Oh.
I think that's game now.
Can he do both Hellcats? I can do
Yeah,
both Hellcats.
yeah.
He absolutely can.
Yeah. Yeah.
And claiming the first.
Oh.
All right, congratulations to Drogier.
Wow.
The 3-0.
Yeah, clean sweep there.
Oof. Wow, that was exceptionally played series by GKZhukov. I don't think, both in terms of just decision making and knowing, it was almost like he was reading the opponent's hand. It was always making the right moves. Didn't really see a lot that I disagreed with. Drogier tried his best, but the cards just didn't fall his way.
Yeah, it's really seemed that way. And Zhukov, I felt he was really smart with holding the cards for the perfect moment. He was not really eager to rush the card out. And also, it's kind of ironic. In his interview, he said that he probably thought he was going to get 3-0'd. They turned it around. Other way around.
Yeah, I'm actually, I'm quite surprised that we saw a 3-0 from him, given what he was saying earlier today, like you mentioned. But absolutely fantastic play from him, and GG to Drogier for putting up a good fight. Again, those two Hellcats. I mean, just those two Hellcats there being drawn in after that Empire. Just a huge, huge bonus. That's what won him the match. I mean, you take away one of those Hellcats, he's gonna start struggling, and who knows? Maybe Drogier makes that comeback.
Yeah, and I think maybe a lot of people are surprised to see probably one of the fan favorites get 3-0'd like that.
Yeah. I don't think many people expected that. So it was an interesting match, lineups there, but from both sides, I think the pressure of the World Championships getting to them because, as you guys saw, there were a fair few misplays there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I love about being able to bring these guys over here to Iceland, have them play in a live studio setting, but not just in an online, type of setting, because you add that element of pressure, you add that element of performing, in front of an audience, on stage. But definitely, I think a lot of people in Twitch chat, like you said, are probably scratching their heads about why the fan favorite, Draugr is out already. But to recap this series and talk about GKZhukov, about his amazing 3-game run here, Thomas is standing by in the interview set.
Well, I'm here with GKZhukov after his third win and reaching the finals. Congratulations to reaching the finals of the KARDS World Championship 2019. You're the first finalist. How does it feel?
I think a bit surreal at the moment. I still feel quite nervous for some reason.
Well, the reason is pretty obvious,
off.
right? I mean, 3 intense matches, that takes their toll. Absolutely. So enjoy the moment. It's really great being in the World Championship final. That is fantastic, and also reaching it in such a way with 3 wins, 0 losses. Very nice, very nice. Well done.
Thanks.
Let's go over the recent match a little bit, maybe discuss maybe the key points. Where do you think, or where were you thinking, okay, I got it?
Only at the very end.
Right, it was always a forth and back, right?
Yeah, I think when the Mosquito came down and I got to Empire it and knew that Ultra wasn't in play because of the credits that were available, that's when I felt a bit more comfortable, especially with what I drew off that. But before that, it felt quite stuck. Like I knew my deck could come back, but I wasn't sure if it would be able to. I was worried about Empire getting discarded or Draugr just being able to build up some momentum before I drew kind of answers.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, we know Draugr is a very strong player and can come back, and so there was always a danger that there might be a little bit of a surprise, unpleasant surprise for you.
Yeah,
right?
I was definitely watching the credit counts for things like Air Defense, Ultra, from the deep, and the worry of things getting discarded and stuff. And right at the beginning, I did wonder. It made sense to me to go back to ramp, so that if I lost that and then I lost again with burn, I could play ramp again. But I did suddenly think maybe I should have, in case he played the discard, because the discard can mess with ramp by knocking out key cards at key moments. So I did wonder right at the beginning, did I make a mistake even there?
No, you didn't. Worked out perfectly fine for you. Very nice, very nice. What's your plan for the finals now?
I don't know who I'm going to be facing yet.
Right. Does it make
I think
really
I'll
such a
think
difference?
about it.
Or are you focusing on your strategy? Or
Well, I think
split up?
the bit that changes is picking decks. Obviously, we're locked into decks, but deciding what to start with, and that will depend on. I think I was very focused in, okay, this is what we've got to do. I'll try and think about it later, I guess. I guess I would want to say that, Draugr was a really good opponent to play against, and I think he probably also got a bit unlucky. So,
I mean, of course, you got a little bit lucky, right? Having the right card right after his carpet bombing, healing back, and things like that.
Yeah.
But that's part of constructing a deck as well, right?
Yeah,
That you
and you
have
give
actually
yourself
the
the
key
best sort. Yeah. So I mean, part of it, especially with the burn, is that most things I draw I'm going to want to see, but that's not true of everything. And obviously, things that draw more cards then have that added benefit. But
Right. Is it now?
I really enjoyed all those matches, despite them being quite stressful. I felt I really had to think, which was nice.
So you say you enjoyed it? It means you're hungry for more for tomorrow for the
sure,
final.
We'll go with that.
Yes, that's good. That's good. That's, I suppose, the natural way. All right, great with that. Best of luck to GKZhukov for the finals tomorrow. But first, we have the second semi-finals. And with that, back to our host, Oli.
Thank you for that, Thomas. And congratulations to GKZhukov. Absolutely fantastic play in that series. Taking it down 3-0. Let's bring the casters in here again. before we head over into the next match, we're actually going to take a couple of moments and talk to Dragir. Obviously, you know, got the short end of the stick in that matchup. What would you like to hear from him?
I'd like to maybe hear what his early to mid game plan was, because when we were watching him, it seemed like he really didn't have too many options for the early game, and it seemed like he was really struggling, like starting really slow.
Yeah. Anything from you,
And it
Sever?
also, yeah. So looking at it, it did look like it came down to the mulligan. You saw that, especially that last game. He had a lot of very late game, cards there, and that gave GKZhukov time to ramp up and build his hand well before like Draghi could even start using his cards.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I don't think we want to wait any further. Let's just send it straight over to Thomas in the interview set, who is standing by with Dragir.
I'm here with Dragir, who just lost the semi-finals against GKZhukov. But Dragir, there is no shame in losing against such a strong opponent, is there?
No, I did a very, very big mistake. Second match, so it got me off balance, angry, mad, and the pressure is bigger than you think.
How much of a difference is it actually? I mean, people are following us on live stream and everything, and of course it's really easy to see, oh okay, you should play this and that, but is it really that different?
Yeah. When you do one mistake, it snowballs because you know you did mistake. You know everybody judges.
Mm-hmm.
So one mistake leads to another. Like the second match, I did a wrong play with the Lancaster, which led to brain damage.
Yeah, the second match maybe was a turning point indeed.
Yeah.
People were a little bit surprised and say, "Wow, how can that?"
That was the pressure and the snowballing effect.
Yes. But as I said, there is no shame being in the semi-finals in a World Championship. That is a fantastic result.
Yeah,
and GKZhukov is a strong player. We know all of that. So I don't think you have to be too hard to yourself.
No.
Is there anything where you say, okay, I could have done something different in my strategy? Not individual plays where you say, okay, that was definitely a mistake, but just in the general strategy? Or do you say, okay, that was all good and fine?
I did a deck change last minute. I had like a sideboard deck for this kind of the yaps. I don't know. I made a decision to drop that. It's like that was a mistake.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? You never know what could have happened, right? But still, it's great having you here.
Thanks.
And there's of course a match for the third place as well. So that might be interesting as well. Not all is lost. All right, thank you for that. And with this, back to Oli, the host.
Thank you, Thomas, and congratulations to GKZhukov for winning the first semifinals match and ensuring that he will be the first player to make it to the World Championship Finals, which will be played tomorrow starting at 7 p.m. GMT, so make sure to set your alarms now so you don't miss it. But before we head into the next match, we're going to go on a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back with all the details of Gearbot versus Fenrir. See you in a bit. Welcome back to the KARDS 2019 World Championships. We are coming at you live from Reykjavik, Iceland. My name is Ólafur Hrafn Steinarsson and I am your host. Joining me are our two fantastic casters, Cybernetic and Scout. We are getting everything set up and ready for our second semi-final match here. GKZhukov already ensuring a spot in the finals. Coming up is a matchup between Fenrir and Gearbot. What do you guys expect to see in this one?
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I haven't really seen Fenrir play that much, so I'm not sure what his play style is. Gearbot, however, I know he likes to do a lot of setup. I know he's running a Commonwealth deck, but Gearbot likes to set up those big sweeping plays. I feel a lot more than most.
Yeah, and knowing that I lost to Fenrir, right, I'm very confident that he's going to go in there with some aggro cut decks as well, which we'll probably talk about in a moment. But being someone that's actually worked with Gearbot as we were working towards the World Championship together, he's got a good variety of decks. So he's got like decks that can help counter any other deck that anyone plays. So it's all going to come down to which deck he picks and and see if the matchups are favorable in this case.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no doubt about it. These are two exceptionally strong players. But if you look at the kind of track record throughout the tournament, I mean, Gearbot only lost 2 matches so far in the entire tournament. That is an accomplishment.
Absolutely, that's very impressive, and let's see if that streak stands all the way through the finals.
Yeah, let's get to know our two more semifinalists here. Let's get to know them a little bit and get their player cards up on the screen, and just so the audience at home can get to know these guys. This is of course Gearbot. There, he's coming from Sweden. He's been playing cards since early beta. Favorite nation is Japan. Favorite card is Air Defense. He has 460 hours of real playtime, and he has come in number 1. Actually, in the season where kind of I started playing for real, he was the champion. I remember him kind of teaching me a lot when I did that stream the other day. And his opponent, if we can get his card up on there, Fenrir. He is originally from China. He's coming to us from the United States, though. He's been playing cards since June 18th, 2019. So fairly, short amount of time if you consider, in the same context as Gearbot. Favorite nation is Japan. Favorite card is the Commonwealth, exactly something that you talked about Gearbot running in this matchup. He's played for 366 hours and has gotten the highest placement in the season at 17. But let's talk about the decks that these guys are bringing in here. Starting with Gearbot, his tournament deck number 1 is a Japan-Germany deck. What are we seeing in this deck, guys?
Yes, I had a look into this already. It's a very similar deck that I did because again we were working together a lot during this thing. He added one extra thing. I think he took out Admiral Hipper and chucked in the Bismarck. I think that might be one of the best changes that might help him carry over that burn.
And for those at home that don't know what those cards do, why would he trade out Admiral Hipper for Bismarck, and why is that good?
Well, he's playing a burn deck, it seems. A really traditional by the numbers burn deck. You got your air blitzes, your cards that die and do damage to the HQ. Wait, does he? Yeah.
Yeah.
And a Bismarck is very good because it's a from hand game closer, does 7 damage to the HQ. Pretty brutal if you don't have healing for your own headquarters. So it's a very strong game ender for a burn deck.
Awesome. So we're definitely looking for a really aggressive playstyle if Gearbot brings this one to the table. Looking at his deck number 2, that is a USA and Japan deck. What are we seeing in here, guys?
This is sort of his like bread and butter when it comes to the ramp. I've played against this before. It's really good. It actually deals with aggro much better than I expected it, as well as air blitz and all those types of other decks. So I'm curious to see because he uses the Type AA guns to help pin down the actual air units, while
Yeah,
he's
those
using things like.
yeah, those plus the Greyhounds, I think that makes for a really solid early game for that deck, that ramp deck there.
Yeah, I had a really hard time with it when I was versing it. So no, I think that was a really good inclusion just to help deal with the aggro as well.
Yeah, so we're seeing basically a really good ramp deck that can deal with the aggro early game. It's going to be interesting to see what if he plays this one. And if we jump over to tournament deck number 3, that is a Britain and Japan deck. What are we seeing in this one, guys?
Commonwealth. If any of you in the chat are familiar with Commonwealth, yeah, you know what kind of deck this is. But
Yeah,
I guess his idea with this deck is to heal up, play Commonwealth, close out the game. He also runs Last Rites Siren combo here. And what Last Rites does is it gives you the 8 kamikazes, a 0-cost order that cycles itself and does HQ damage. That combined with the Siren, which makes orders do +1 damage, you've got a really nasty burn engine combined with the Commonwealth. So it looks like he has 2 ways to really do a ton of HQ damage with this deck, just straight from hand.
Yeah, and
that's right.
in the interview that we did with him earlier, he actually talked about that being his favorite match of the tournament was when he actually managed to fully execute this combo and do 16 damage to the HQ in one turn. So you were talking about the setups. This is definitely a really setup heavy deck, both with the Commonwealth there and, that Siren Last Rites combo.
That's right. I'm curious to see which deck he goes in there with. Is he going to go with the Commonwealth, just to get along with it, or is he going to just hunker down and maybe go for burn or ramp first?
I'd also like to say all 3 of his decks look pretty different from each other compared to what we've been seeing so far.
Yeah. Yeah, and if we swap over to Fenrir here and look at his first deck, that is a Japan and Germany deck. What do we see in this one?
Looking like another burn deck, it seems, with the
Yeah,
Last
it
Rites,
looks.
the Air Blitz.
Air Blitz,
Yeah,
Bismarck.
one of the.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's right. And one of the few differences is encirclement, which basically copies a 3k or lower frontline unit into the front and gives it blitz as well. So that might be another way to kind of speed up that aggro once it gets the front line.
But it looks pretty similar to a few differences. It looks pretty similar to Gearbot's first deck as well.
Yeah, I'm seeing. Yeah, it is quite similar. There are a couple of differences though, but tournament deck number 2 for Fenrir is a Britain versus Japan deck. Britain-Japan deck. What are we seeing in this one?
Definitely a lot more control in this one, it seems. It's your usual British elite planes, your Pens, your Ultras, your Monties, your Bombers, your Precision Bombings, Empire of the Sun, of course, can't forget that.
MVP, MVP.
But yeah, it's a lot of air deck in this game. He's got air superiority, so he's going to plan on dropping a bunch of aircraft this game. It seems like one of his few ground units is Takasagi Regiment, which that is a 3/6 guard that discards an opponent's card. So a little more discard we're going to see today.
Yeah, and I mean, do you guys think that after this weekend's broadcast, when people get a Empire of the Sun in a card pack, they're going to be a little bit more happy than they were before?
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
I already see people asking for nerfs after today.
It's definitely OP. All right. Awesome. And our last deck here for Fenrir is a Britain USA deck. We're seeing some pretty good cards here. What do you guys see in here?
Ooh, I'm seeing this.
Commonwealth
This is a
ramp.
commando deck. I'm seeing commandos in there. We got the Crusader, the
Yeah.
commandos, of course, your usual British planes. The Night Raids, of course. So that's 5 commando. He has the full commando engine here. He has ramp. Yeah, this is a ramp Commonwealth deck with commandos tossed in. So how Gearbot does his Commonwealth, it seems like he has the Last Rites as his secondary. Fenrir here has the commando package as his secondary.
Yeah, I really want to see them face off with these 2 decks, if possible.
Yeah,
That might be a little awkward because both Commonwealth decks have a ton of healing and not a whole lot of ways to do a bunch of HQ damage outside of those big finishers.
Yeah.
So it might it might come down to what's that called when you run out of cards? Fatigue damage.
Yeah,
Fatigue.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
we
But
might see that.
guys, we would be probably torturing the people at home if we delayed this next match any further. If the guys are ready, they can go ahead and challenge each other and get on into the match. We are ready to jump in with them.
Do this.
After reviewing these decks, I am so ready for this second semifinal series, guys. Just before we head into game number 1, early predictions. Who do you think is going to take this one?
Well, crowd favorite, obviously Gearbot, because the undefeated. I played against him a lot. He's a very threatening opponent. I barely struggle to beat him, even when I specifically make a deck to beat him. So, but
And for me, it's also Gearbot. Obviously, helping him actually climb the actual World Championship rounds as well. And plus, I want him to actually avenge me because he's versing Fenrir.
Oh, you want him to avenge you, and you don't want to be, have that excuse that you went out against the reigning champion. I thought you wanted to protect your ego a little bit.
I know that was a bit hard, but I think like Gearbot deserves it if he does.
Okay.
all right, so it looks like both players have a pretty good early game here.
I just had a look at their hand. Yeah, Gearbot with the double draw package.
Fenrir playing his Brit Japan deck. Gearbot playing his Commonwealth deck, I think. Oh yeah, he
Wait,
is. Okay.
Yeah.
So he's got his last rights. Probably definitely
Yeah.
not going to play it early on. He does not want to play a Tora because that'll draw Fenrir 2 cards with those 2 recons out, which is pretty good.
And I've already done an air versus his Commonwealth. It's actually very strong, so I'm gonna bet on Gearbot for this one just by looking at this lineup.
Fenrir with the board pressure right now, but as we all know, Commonwealth comes in with its stalling. It's stalling, and just doesn't let you touch their HQ, and then hits you with that finisher.
I think I would go for the either the rating or the actual MI5 just to slow down the hand because he's only got 3 cards in hand, so he could use that as a way to deny his options. So I'm curious to see which option he does choose.
Looks like he's going for the MI5 here.
Yeah.
Choke out his hand. Has a Crusader, so we can use his British orders to draw some cards later.
So
really playing with his opponent right now. Just Gearbot not putting anything out. Go ahead.
No, I was just wondering. What we're seeing here is we're seeing the deck from Gearbot, which we wanted him to play. But what is which one of the decks is this for Fenrir?
That's his air blitz deck. His air deck. Yeah, he's using his air deck.
Yeah,
his swordfish.
Yeah, his Britain Japan deck then.
Deck number 2.
Yeah. Okay. I got it. Thank you.
But no, it's good that Gearbot's actually taking his time.
Yeah, having a sip of his tea.
Because obviously, again, like the pressure of the actual tournament, it's good to kind of step back and really think your options there.
Gearbot definitely looks like he's taking his time and relaxing.
That was good. That was a good play.
A little cheeky banter there.
Alright. Fenrir here. He's got pretty basic options here. Either kill the unit, deploy some units, Nothing real too flashy right now.
No. I would probably use maybe the Albacore there, but it might be just fine for the...
might want to save that pin effect. But
maybe.
Fenrir, he knows what decks Gearbot has, so maybe he's aware this is the Commonwealth, but...
I think the reason why Gearbot retracted the Kitty Hawk, well, I thought he was going to retract, was so he could use it against the Crusaders. But, yeah.
Yeah, what are we, like we talked about, Gearbot always wants to be working on the setup. Does he have any cards that would be helping him to do that in his hand right now?
Probably the Crusader fortification.
Yeah.
So he's gonna need to start doing his healing soon, if he wants to actually play that Commonwealth, which, if you don't know, it requires 30 hit points on your HQ to even trigger. And when you do play it, it does 20 damage to the enemy's HQ. So entire decks are built around this card to do that massive 20 damage hit. But he needs to get those hit points first. And it looks like Fenrir is putting that HQ pressure on. Gearbot's
And
going to need
as he should as well. Yeah.
Gearbot's going to need to get that HQ pressure. Or that HQ
That's a
healing,
really good,
rather.
That's a really good value for
Laura.
Sure.
Dropping a Siren for one of his last rights, however. Or for his last... One of his Sirens for his last rights combo. But, of course, he has 2 in his deck. He might pull another one later. We might see a precision bombing come out from Fenrir here.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward for him at the moment. He doesn't
Yeah.
get a really good, favorable
But
trade
Gearbot,
here. So.
but Gearbot doesn't really have too many other units to use it on, anyways. So, ooh, he could.
Yeah, he could use it to buff up the.
he
Yeah, I
might
think he
save it,
should just
however.
apply that pressure.
Maybe.
Because remember, he relies on heals, so.
Gearbot getting a lot of his heal cards now. We might see the Crusader drop. He has 2 Crusaders in his hand, as well as 2 fortifications. So that's a heal and a cycle right there. He can afford to lose a Crusader, it seems, as well.
Yeah.
He may be looking to get rid of the Pioneers. However, Fenrir doesn't really have too many cards in his hand at the moment. It looks like he's going for the Crusader heal, maybe?
Or maybe he's just worried that he might get too many cards in his hand as well. But we'll see.
I think he'll be fine. Oh, another
Yeah, I think that was
bomb.
probably the best play.
Yeah. Fenrir does have that air superiority. Gearbot, however, has another Crusader. Plays not too worried about, not too worried about dropping that first Crusader, so.
Definitely.
For a lot of people maybe watching at home that might be dipping their toes into the game, this might seem really scary to be facing such a powerful board like Fenrir has out there with nothing on there and low HQ, but this is what this deck is built to deal with, right?
Yep, it's meant to stall, heal, just kill from hand until you get a massive hit point lead, and then you just unleash a powerful hit that, more often than not, kills the enemy's HQ in a single hit.
And for those interested, all of the tournament decks from Stage 3 onwards have been made available online through various dev blogs in the recent weeks, as well as there are plenty of videos from tournament matches on the KARDS YouTube channel. So if you haven't checked those out, or you need some inspiration, by all means go and do that.
Now, I see Fenrir has this Takasagi. There is a chance that he can even discard Commonwealth or Last Rights. So he may want to put that Takasagi out at some point, just to threaten Gearbot with that discard. That could be very scary for him.
I agree. Once it gets to the front line, it can do some work.
Like we're going for the precision bomb here. Fenrir pulling his HMS now. Looks like he's going to need a card draw. Going to need to get those Empires soon.
Yeah. But there isn't any favorable trades that he could do it against this. So I'm not sure if Empire's going to help.
All right. Fenrir, again, having a lot of board presence.
I'd be tempted to push that 85th to the front line, just to keep the back line open, considering he has no orders in his hand.
We might see the Monty come out just so Fenrir can't even play anything, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
there
the double
is.
draw with the
Yeah.
Crusader.
So you can see why, like, it was a very good idea to move it to the front line. Oh yeah, he's showing off his strategy.
Well, there's the Empire. Sadly, not a good target for it. He's probably just going to go for the Crusader anyways. Doesn't really have another play. The close air support, maybe he'll hold that for a nice big plane buff. The guard not going to do a whole lot against bombers, as we all know. Bombers can ignore guard, so Fenrir can still hit face with his bombers.
I think we're going to see the bombing rate get knocked down here.
Oh, you
as
think?
well as
Maybe on that 3 cost?
I think so. I'm not sure.
We'll see.
But yeah, I think MI5 is definitely good to do just to see what kind of options you have first. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so that's no more planes for Fenrir. It's a bit unfortunate.
That's good now.
Guard off the HQ. Not like it was getting any value on the HQ anyways. We may see the close air support come out on a Takasaki.
Yeah, probably not this turn. Probably not this turn. I can
Maybe
see it's
not.
next turn.
Maybe, yeah. When he can get an attack in. He's thinking if he wants to do it.
Yeah.
Your
Yeah.
bot with the T again.
And again, for those players at home that might not, have as much experience as these guys in card games, like when you're talking about, doing the card draw first, ordering in card games is a really, really important thing. You always want to do things in the right order. So drawing a card before you spend all your credits to maximize your options, definitely something to keep an eye out.
100%.
A bounce card coming from Fenrir. Probably not going to get a huge amount of value just because, like we said, Gearbot's very low threatening units that he actually puts on the board with this deck.
But I still think that's one of his only options because he needs to start building up his board again. So. That was a good play. Just making sure that he's got the front line. Yeah, he's got the value
with
from
that
the
suppression. Getting that healing up. Still has that last right in hand.
Ooh, if he uses this correctly, this could block those last rights, and that could.
I think he should really save that ultra.
Yeah.
Oh
no.
Ooh.
I would. Yeah, I would definitely save it, especially since he doesn't have 30 HP yet, right? On his 30 defense on his HQ, and 2 the last rights, right? It definitely should have been something to save. But it was good that he did actually end up moving up that 85th now.
It's probably going to stop the amphibious assault, which maybe isn't great.
Yeah, if I was Gearbot, I would actually lure out the Ultra. I think that's what he's going to do.
Maybe he doesn't know he played Ultra. I feel like Ultra was a really...
It's his only card in his hand. Well, it was almost.
It's going to stop
there it is. Yeah.
But...
I think he's comfortable now because that's one of the only things you have to worry about.
Yeah, I feel like that. He gave us the okay sign.
Yeah, it's like I'm all right now. Got nothing to worry about. He's saying.
2 Takasagis, however, on the board.
Oh,
potentially.
That does apply some pressure. Yeah, that does allow the units to get to the front line. I think.
And you're really trying to get that board pressure up. Really holding back with all the pins and healing. Kitty Hawk coming out. Gearbot, not too many options.
Yeah,
for
he's
pins
starting to slow down here.
He has the alpha push still, but last rights is pretty useless in his hand right now until he can combo something with it.
Yeah, I think he's going to get to a point where once it becomes a threat that it's going to get discarded, he's going to be forced to use it at that point.
Yeah, those 2 discards on the board are really pressuring him. He's going to need a lot more cards in his hand. And the longer he doesn't get rid of those, the more chance he has a chance to draw his Commonwealth and get his Commonwealth discarded.
So I think he needs to start.
Yeah, they're putting a lot of pressure on him right now, I feel. The air superiority may be just in time for that Kitty Hawk.
Yeah.
Yeah, both players definitely nearing kind of the end of their deck, not finding the card draw where they need it, so going to be relying a little bit on some top decks, but...
Fenrir, I feel definitely in the better position here, though.
Definitely.
I think, that's a good idea to move both of those up to the front line to apply that pressure. Oh, and there's the draw.
Okay, this is threatening for Gearbot now. This is very threatening for Gearbot.
Oh, especially not yet, but it's getting close.
Ideally, he'd want to kill those Takasagis when his hand is as full as it can be, just to minimize the chance of getting his Commonwealth discarded. Because I'm pretty sure if his Commonwealth is discarded, it's pretty much a guaranteed loss for Gearbot, sadly. unless he
Yeah.
can pull off the Siren last rites.
That he's got enough. He's got the opponent whittled down enough that he could get away with that.
Yeah.
But I think what Gearbot's
wanna see
doing
this
is purposely
okay.
avoiding.
Fenrir may be misjudging how many credits he had to attack with that Takasagi. I feel maybe he
think
should
that's
have
what
attacked
happened.
first. All right. Gearbot at 12 credits now. Not quite 30 hit points. Needs to get that healing up.
He will be able to.
Yeah, next turn if Fenrir doesn't do damage, but Gearbot doesn't really have anything to stop Fenrir from hitting his face at the moment, so he's just gonna take that damage right back.
I think he might even feel pressure to actually just use Commonwealth.
And
just to draw, just to go for that
Maybe.
other alternate win condition.
This is a
I'd be
rough
tempted
position
to
for
do that.
Gearbot right now, however.
There he goes. Yeah, we saw that goal.
Fenrir is probably really happy about that. Gearbot still only having that one Siren in his deck. Fenrir about to do a lot of face damage right now. Gearbot probably feeling like lost at the moment. Ton of face damage coming in. Let's do something right now.
Yeah, it's
feeling like the end for Gearbot.
Wow, that was a lot. That was a 16 to the face.
Yeah.
Mm.
Those Takasagi's, I think, the MVP in this. Oh, man. So much pressure on that Commonwealth with those discards, and just Gearbot not getting his heals. Gearbot, hey, look, he has all his heals now.
Yeah, no, I think he's in a comfortable position. I think what he did last turn was still the best play to now give him the options to not only heal, pin, and try to draw out his till he gets to the sure.
Gearbot really, okay.
Oh, there we go. So we see the combo.
There's a chance.
So that's it. This is it. Next turn, that's it. It's GG.
Maybe.
No, it is, because if you have a look, he just drew his last card after doing the thing.
Really?
So he's guaranteed to draw.
Ooh.
That's game. Yeah, that's game.
Ooh, that's spooky. And Fenrir just can't do that much damage.
Yeah.
Oh, this is
I don't
rough.
know.
You're about to have this.
Yeah, you know what? Like, there's just something about Gearbot. It just always feels like he's in control.
Yeah, he does. He's really good at that. He's really good at taking his time.
That was a good call on him.
Yeah.
Good call by him to just play that Commonwealth.
Here's the combo. Yeah,
that's it. That's it. That's game.
Oh, that was the combo.
I think the best play was using Commonwealth to kind of speed up the draws.
Absolutely.
Because he knew he couldn't get enough heals.
Guys, that's how he really knows what's in his deck, and he knows what's coming next.
Wow.
That's good deck
that
awareness.
Was absolutely a fantastic match by Gearbot there. It went down to the wire. It couldn't have gotten any closer. He excellent play on that Commonwealth. When he was forced to play that, I thought he kind of had it lost, but no.
Yeah, Commonwealth winning him the game, and not the way we expected.
Yeah, that's right. To thin out his deck, and I thought that was going to be a play that he was going to do, only because one, I've versed him that many times with it, and two, he realized that he didn't have enough heal cards to be able to because all he needed is the opponent to start attacking HQ to be below 30, so then it would just slowed it down. So he realized that's it. I've got enough healing at the moment, right? I've got enough HQ, so I'll take the 16 to deal with the options that I have next turn.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic play, and like you said, great awareness. He was hyper aware about how many cards he had remaining in his deck. He knew what cards those were, and he knew which cards he needed to get. So, but what I thought was really interesting that match is that both players seemed to have most of their card draw at the bottom of their deck. So there was that period in the mid game where neither of them tended to have anything in their hand, and it was really kind of could go either way. Who was going to get their draw first?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks like had a few of his Crusaders that helped him out too.
Yeah, absolutely. Great match there by Gearbot. We're going to jump over to Thomas in the interview set, who is standing by with the winner of match number 1 in this second semifinal series of the day, Gearbot.
I'm here with Gearbot, who's just won the first match in the second part of the semi-finals. Gearbot, congratulations! A strong match, exciting to watch. Let's go over it a little bit, but before we do that, maybe tell us a little bit, how does it feel being live on stage there?
Like, I'm really stressed. Yeah, way more pressure, and I definitely see that now when I'm up playing. Yeah.
Right, you saw the other matches of the other
Yeah,
semi-final.
you think it's gonna be like when you're at home, but it's really not.
Okay. But with one victory in the bag,
Yeah.
it might be a little bit less stressful. Who knows? Let's go over the first match.
Sure.
You had, or let's say, it looked like you were always in control. You were playing pretty solid, steadily, not too fast, not rushed, like thinking over the moves, but not too long. Was that how you were feeling as well?
Yeah, previously with this deck in the tournament, the air matchups have been pretty bad, but I actually swapped 2 recon regiments, which is the 1/2 that draws a card when damaged, for 2 amphibious assaults to help deal with Swordfish buffed twice by Cass, that's close air support, or Wrath Lightning, yeah. And it's been working better.
Right, in the I would say Fenrir had also pretty strong pressure in between. If you don't know much about cards, you saw on your end a pretty empty board,
Yeah.
facing a lot of enemy units.
Definitely looks like I was losing, yeah.
Yes, that looked a bit scary, like, oh, what's going on? But was it actually part of the strategy? Is it part of the deck?
Yeah, that's what I like about the deck. You can just do nothing for really long, and then you just win anyway. Yeah. I didn't get any of my naval powers though, so I couldn't cycle them with Crusader, but it worked out in the end anyway.
Yeah, the end, that was stunning.
Yeah.
Let's go over the details. What actually happened there?
Well, the big thing was that he used his Ultra, and I could just proc it with my amphibious assault, and then I didn't have to worry about it anymore. So I knew I wasn't going to be able to survive to actually play my Commonwealth and deal the damage, so I just played it for the draw, to get to my last right combo faster.
Right, that worked out pretty well. You
Yeah.
just got the 4 cards. I mean, that was absolutely the right play. Waiting for your HQ to get that high that you can use both options of the Commonwealth, wouldn't have worked. So, well played, very good. Let's look for the other matches. Hopefully they are as exciting as well. Good luck for them.
Thank you.
And with that, we are back to the host.
Thank you, Thomas. Always fantastic to hear these interviews after the game, especially after we get such high-level play as they're burning to all the way to the end of the deck and ending up kind of manifesting 8 kamikaze cards with the Shiden at the end there. Let's get our casters back in here while we get ready for game number 2 in this series. We're going to try and make it run pretty snappy now because we've been getting really intense games.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially with all these people playing aggro decks as well. They've still been lasting pretty long.
Yeah.
So I thought that was the whole point of aggro, not to have these long games.
And I mean, who knows what the reason is for this? Obviously, these guys are talking about it in these interviews. They're definitely feeling the pressure of, you know, that stage and this setting. So maybe they're kind of thinking through a little bit more, deciding to go for board control instead of just smashing face. Who knows?
Yeah. I feel like there's definitely quite a bit of control coming from these guys as well, just in general. A lot of that long game.
Yeah, and we are ready to go into the next game. The guys are just queuing up. You guys can keep talking, and we'll just jump over into the game whenever we're ready.
Alrighty. Maybe we'll see Fenrir's Commonwealth. Oh, well,
we're
not.
seeing both the aggro decks, so it's going to come down to the mulligan here, as well as a lot of RNG, obviously. Comes to
Gearbot going first, and as we know, aggro in the aggro ditter, the person going first, Usually, ooh.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, he didn't move it up.
Yeah, I'm surprised
Oh,
by that, actually.
He didn't move it
I
up.
think
Interesting.
I think he's trying to get the guaranteed draw. I think that's the
think
whole
so?
idea of it. Yeah. Watch this. I can't see the opponent's hand. Oh no!
Oh, he was trying to keep it alive. Very smart,
yeah.
Gearbot.
Yeah, that was good. I like that.
Yeah, he's got
Look,
another 38T as well, or 30. Yeah, 35T, which is the Panzer that has 0 operation cost and blitz if there's an infantry on the board. All right, Akita potentially able to. Sorry, that was Fenrir's 35T. My mistake. Akita definitely able to kill both these units with his death effect.
no, it's actually Gearbot's 35T.
Yeah, it was
Well,
Gearbot's. Yeah.
Well, Fenrir drew one. I mistook it as a second one that Gearbot drew.
Oh, that's very risky that he did that because, like, I'm worried that his draw, if the opponent does manage to get rid of both Japan units, it's going to be limited with
Yeah.
the draw. So I was surprised by that. I would have gone to the draw.
I think we're getting that fast game we were looking for. He might trade his Akita into the Panzer and but hope to kill the Akita with the death effect, and we might just see all the units get cleared here.
No, not the Panzer. You would get rid of the Japan unit to avoid the draw. Remember? Oh no! Oh, there we go.
Kill the Akita.
Oh,
Okay,
he got to the front line too.
Yeah, that couldn't have gone any better for him. That Akita damage landing on the HQ. Although he is playing against a burn deck, so maybe that 2 damage on the HQ is going to come back to haunt him.
Looks like he might trade the Akita. I think he wants to play that Rising Sun, but he can't quite with Fenrir on the front line. Fenrir definitely having the card advantage at the moment as well.
I think he'll be forced to use the Akita because he'll want to save the amphibious assault if there's any mitos or anything like that. So.
Gearbot's still at full HP, but Fenrir with the card advantage. We'll see how this goes. Opting for the air blitz.
I think he's doing that so he could try and get value with the Akita the following turn.
Yeah. I mean, also, we're seeing he's already getting pretty low on cards, so he's really wanting to find that card draw so that he can start working his way back in this game.
It's funny to see because this is another situation where if that Japan unit at the front line's gone, he's going to be very tempted to use the...
Ooh.
Oh, he's in a bit of a pickle now.
Yeah,
well,
it is a burn deck, however.
Yeah, I mean,
so
he's 2
8
air
damage
blitzes
is
away.
nothing to sneeze at. Yeah.
And he's got 2 of them left in his deck, so...
Fenrir with a lot of board pressure right now. Might take out that 2-1 with his bombing grade. Opting for the draw instead.
I think that's a good idea because he has very limited Japan units in the field.
Dropping the other 35T, gonna do at least 6 damage.
I think he's gonna go for face here. Yeah, that's it. That's probably the play.
Ooh, trading the 93 to that. Okay. Gearbot with the Sheeden, however.
Oh, curve.
Fenrir's gonna have to deal with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he does have an option for it too.
Or
it just
Fenrir
means
does have
that
an
he'll
air
have to
blitz.
lose.
But how will he deal with that?
He might have to throw away. Yeah, he might have to throw away his 2 tanks though, just to get through that ambush.
Yeah, he'll have to get rid of. He has to though, otherwise it's game.
Yeah,
that's his only option.
It is his only option.
Fortunate to see, but
yeah, because now that opens up the front line. But I would be tempted to move that to the front line. Yeah.
Yeah. Card draw, I don't think seems to be an issue for him at the moment.
Oh.
Ooh, that's scary. That's scary.
Oh no.
Fenrir's gonna have to end this quick.
I know. He still needs to do an additional damage though.
Here.
Yeah,
I think maybe he should drop the Sheeden.
I think the Sheeden would be a good threat. Yeah.
If it lives, just wins. I think Sheeden is the play here.
Yeah, that's it. I think so as well.
I wonder if he thinks that as well. Oh, this is intense.
Yeah. Oh, it's opting for the draw, which is still isn't bad, obviously. Just see what options.
Yeah, still play the Sheetan, however. Maybe he'll play the Air Blitz and then rush with what is that, a Hien in his hand? Or what is that?
Yeah, that is
To,
yeah.
okay. Because he
Yeah,
finished
the
that
one
out
after the
next
last
turn.
rights, yeah.
So
But
I
I
think
still
maybe
think Shidan would be
plays
the
Air
best.
Blitz. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
Either way,
Oh, he's still. Yeah, that's it. That's game.
yeah.
Yeah, unfortunate there. The Sheetan survives.
Not
see.
too many options from here, but unfortunately, couldn't get the front line. Couldn't play that last rights.
Sportsmanship there in the
Yeah,
end by Fenrir.
Yeah.
And there we go. Tied series 1-1. Absolutely fantastic. Super fun to see both these aggro decks go head to head like that. It was starting to look a little bit one-sided, but then, Gearbot managed to bring it right back, but Fenrir managed to clutch it in the end.
Yeah. He didn't have those cards. He was losing a lot of momentum without having too many options.
That's right, and I think where he denied himself from getting those draws, when I said, yeah, he probably should have done it instead of the Akita, that actually cost him then. He had no draw power at that point, and lost his temper.
Yeah, and I definitely found that in both these matches, it felt like Gearbot was a little bit unlucky on the draws. I mean, it worked out for him in game number 1, but game number 2, he didn't really get to where he needed to be. But in the spirit of keeping things moving, let's jump on over to Thomas, who has Fenrir standing by for an interview.
Well, here we are with Fenrir, who just won against Gearbot. Congratulations, Fenrir.
Thank you.
That was a pretty important win. If you would have lost, it would have been 0-2. Now it's 1-1, so everything is open. Nice.
Thank you.
Let's talk a little bit more about the match. You played an aggressive deck.
Yeah.
I think you're quite comfortable with that. Isn't that one of your favorite play styles?
Yeah, that's my favorite style, but it's quite stressful when your opinion also use an aggressive deck, so quite stressful. It mostly depends on maybe luck. Yeah, depend on the order the card come. Yeah.
Right. Was that the case here as well for you? Just luck, or were there some decisions where you say, yeah, I could have done that really wrong, but I did it right?
I think both of us do not make any mistake. It's just about luck, especially in this match. Use an aggressive deck, match with an aggressive deck. Yeah.
Right. And now that you are having evened out 1-1, what do you think about the next matches? You think you have a little bit the upper hand with one victory now, or do you think it's very tough?
It should be very tough. Gearbot here is very honorable opinion. He's very strong. So, yeah, I'm quite stressful right now.
All right, let's not stress you too much anymore, right? You still have a couple more matches before you. So we go back to the host, Oli, with that.
Okay.
Thank you for that, Thomas, once again, and thank you for that interview. Fenrir, congratulations on winning match number 2 in this series. The standing is currently 1-1. Gearbot having won the first match, Fenrir having won the second match. Both players can now choose to bring their same deck that they brought in the first round. So, Scout, Cybernetic, it's going to be interesting to see if Gearbot decides to bring back his Commonwealth deck. What do you think?
His Commonwealth deck, even with its pretty poor draw, I'd say at the beginning, it still just kind of dominantly pulled out that victory.
I'm very confident. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you guys go.
Kind of curious to see what it'll look like if he actually has draws going more in his favor.
And I definitely think that he's definitely going to bring the Commonwealth deck again. It's got some pretty good early game aggro suppression with those the 2-cost 1/5 guards as well. So I think he's going to be fine. It's very comfortable with that deck as well. So I'll be curious to see what he does.
Yeah, and I mean, we now know that, Fenrir won't be able to bring his aggro Japan deck into this. I'm actually thinking we might see the two Commonwealth decks duke it out in this coming match. Could be something.
Yeah, we're in for a long one if that's true.
Yeah, yeah, either that or the same as the first match, actually. So
Yeah, but I mean, we're ready for the players to jump into the next match. They're just getting started right now. There we go. This is match 3 in the second semifinal matchup here in the 2019 KARDS World Championship between Fenrir and Gearbot. Who will win this and go on to win the series to join GKZhukov in the finals? Let's find out. Cybernetic and Scout, take it away.
Looks like Fenrir's going back with his first deck. Gearbot, however, switching to his US deck, so no Commonwealth
right,
Ditto today, but
yeah, I think he anticipated that the opponent was going to go air again, and that's why it was a really good idea to go with this deck, especially for that artillery unit just there.
Here we go. Like we said, the Greyhound with the artillery in Gearbot's ramp deck, very strong early game.
It's very strong. Yeah, that's probably the reason why he didn't put the swordfish down either.
That artillery, that Japanese 1-3, very suppressive, I'd say. Often underestimated because of its pin effect versus aircraft. Gearbot with the sass. There we go.
I think he's just applying some pressure, some mind games, because it's a very good way to do it. Gearbot obviously has the ramp engine ready to go.
Yeah, and just for notice, he is running 3 of those Type 88 AA guns and 3 of those M8 Greyhounds, so definitely a great deck against air.
Absolutely.
I think he did a good job of positioning the units, because he did that in that particular way, to avoid bombing raid from using effective damage.
That's what I was going to say. Not in a very good position to land that bombing raid.
Yeah.
Pulling out the air superiority now, however.
And I don't know if you guys noticed this, but as soon as Fenrir played Monty, Gearbot immediately took out his notepad and made a note of that. So he definitely knows that card is now gone and is not going to be making a return. And this is something that these players have been doing all day long, and definitely something that is clear that high-level players do. They track what the opponent has been playing. So.
I'd like to say very lucky by Fenrir getting his Pioneers very early on in the game in both matches so far where he's played this deck, which is the 0-4 British Infantry that makes orders cost 1 less. Gotten it early both times.
Oh, the Avenger is definitely going to get good value here.
Yeah, for sure. Might see the bombing raid come out here.
No, maybe not actually, because he does have that pin unit there. The Skull.
Fenrir with his Empire of the Sun ready to go too as well.
You know what? I've heard this song probably, continuously for, 40 hours, but I still like it.
Yeah, I'm almost memorized it as well.
Well, I turned it off a while ago when I played.
Yeah. I find myself randomly singing it in the street here and there, so.
Yeah, I figured it would go for the skewer play.
Yep.
Yeah, because he doesn't want to bounce it with the RAAF because it'll just repeat and he'll lose his RAAF. Oh, Gearbot with his bombing raid in hand now.
Again, with the positioning, it's not very favorable.
Looks like he's probably going to take out both of these planes with the bombing raid and the gunship. And then he'll have a fresh B-17 for the next thing Fenrir deploys.
Yeah, always going to be the 50-50, unfortunately, for him.
But already looking at the ramp, doing a lot of work. 9 credits on this turn for Gearbot, only 5 on the turn for Fenrir.
The MI5 is going to come in really handy here to obviously limit the options of the opponent.
Can probably pop that TBF with the Mosquito right on curve, but it'll be a 50-50 if Gearbot decides to play the B-17. Gearbot only 2 cards in his hand at the moment. And
Mm.
unfortunately, his artillery will probably immediately pin the mosquito. So no rush
Yeah,
to
I'd
get
be
his
more
B-17 out
inclined.
anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah. Might just bounce it. Hmm.
You can see how it's seeing the positioning still.
Mm-hmm. Empire of the Sun coming out from Gearbot now.
Oh, I got some really good trades out of that.
Second TBF on the board. 2 Empires, Fenrir's hand. Hmm. Not too
A
many
lot of back and
options for
forth there.
Fenrir. We're going to see the Empire and the Mosquito now.
Yeah.
May hit face. He may deploy the anti-air gun.
No, this is where I'd be using the gunship mission. Actually, just attack face first and then
Yeah.
use gunship mission.
Got a big old bomber there. All right. This is gonna. You've got quite a few cards in his hand now.
He's gonna feel comfortable with this trade here.
Mm-hmm.
Or is he gonna go for? Oh, he might actually be. He might be considering going for face since he's got enough damage for lethal.
Yeah.
So he might be going for a more aggressive play, but because of all the gunship missions, but he has to hope that the opponent doesn't have any heals. So I think he might just do a more favorable trade by going gunship mission on the 85th, followed up with the B-17.
Does Fenrir's deck have healing though? I don't remember seeing it.
Oh, well, that could be part of his strategy. He might be looking at that as well and saying, "Oh, the opponent doesn't have anything for this." If he does decide, I think he's going for it. He's going for the game.
Yeah. I'm not seeing any healing.
Yeah, Gearbot might be lethal next turn.
Yeah, it's definitely lethal next turn unless he does some miracle. He might even
I'm not seeing too much healing from Fenrir here.
No, not from here. I think he might have the game.
This is looking rough. Maybe unless he can pull a heal card with the MI5, but I don't even think he has one in his deck. To be quite honest.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I mean, even then, wouldn't have the credits to play it. Unfortunate to see. Gearbot.
Yeah.
Gearbot gonna end this game right here and now.
No,
that'll be 2-1 Gearbot.
Yeah, very little that Fenrir can do against this.
Ooh, getting flashes. Real flashes.
Is it a BM happening there just to show off he had 2 options?
A little bit of BM.
Oof. Gearbot closing out this second game, shaking hands with his opponent. These guys are all great sportsmen. Wow. What a game. Those three cards in a row, just 6 damage, nothing that could be done, no healing left in the deck for Fenrir. What can we say?
I don't know. Gearbot seemed pretty much in control that whole game, I feel. I kind of had an answer for everything that Fenrir was tossing out.
And you can tell that deck was built towards anti-air as well. With those options there, it forced the opponent to use removal on like units that cost so little, but it's still a big threat because almost all the cards are air units, right? So it's a big threat there, and gave him the option to set up some good plays at the end.
Yeah, and it's going to be super interesting to see what these guys bring into match number 4 here. But before we jump into match number 4, we have Thomas standing by with the winner of that game, Gearbot.
Congratulations, Gearbot. That was a nice match and a good win. Now it's 2-1. That should give you some confidence for the next match, right?
Yeah, but he could win 2 in a row. Like, it's definitely not secured yet.
No, certainly not. Not at this level. So you always need to be very careful with all your moves. I saw that you take quite a bit of notes. Interesting. What are you actually writing there?
I'm basically just writing that Monty is out of the game. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's enough. That is maybe the winning strategy. Now that we are talking about strategy, maybe you can go a little bit about your strategy in the previous match.
Right. Well, I actually thought he was gonna pick his Commonwealth deck, and I think it might be slightly favored against my Commonwealth deck. I'm not sure. Maybe not. It depends on if he could get We Can Do It on the commandos, otherwise I just kill them with Tauras. Yeah, so I actually picked this deck as a counter pick against his Commonwealth, but it's good against both, so I figured I might as well do it when the burn is out, because I don't want to play my ramp against the burn.
Right, and you know exactly that you are not allowed to play the same deck twice in a row,
Exactly.
so that gives a little bit of advantage. Even though it's also a disadvantage, right? Because the same goes for you.
Yeah.
But how do you think that rule, does it make sense? Is it making...
Yeah, I think it's a good rule, because otherwise I would probably just play the same deck 3 times.
Right.
A bit more boring for the viewers.
Yeah, exactly. Now that you're facing the next match, you might be able to pull off a win.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe, or maybe you face a really strong resistance. We will find out. And with that, back to the host, Oli.
Hello, welcome back. Thank you, Thomas, and congratulations on winning that match, Gearbot. The standing is now 2-1. Gearbot leading, having taken game 1 and game 3. Fenrir hit back in game 2 with the battle of the aggro decks. Let's bring in our casters, Scout and Cybernetic, to talk about this game number 4. Now, these guys are obviously going to be coming into game number 4 having just played this this game. A great strategic call by Gearbot, taking his US deck into that. What are we going to see in this next one?
I think we might see Gearbot's Commonwealth again. I don't know if Fenrir's going to bring it out or not, but I don't know if he really has too many options for it, yeah? Well,
Yeah, I think he's good.
Those Takasagis were putting a lot of pressure last game, but Gearbot managed to just not even kill them. So, yeah.
He doesn't need
We'll
to, since
see.
he has so many ways to control it as well, and plus out heal it. So there's very limited reasons to destroy it. Obviously, he doesn't want to put himself in a disadvantage or even give the chance of discarding something like Last Rites or Commonwealth, right? So I think moving forward, I think he's going to be pressured to use his aggro deck. This is Fenrir we're talking about. And knowing that, I'm pretty confident that he's going to come in and bring his Commonwealth deck again.
Gearbot then,
We might,
Gearbot.
see some aggro from Fenrir.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously back against the wall. He's 2-1 down. He has to win this next match. Otherwise, he has lost his chance to play in the finals. We're just ready for the players to get into the match as fast as possible for us. I can't wait to see how this one plays out and who's going to be joining GKZhukov in the finals. The players are just selecting their decks and will be into the game shortly. Here we go. This is game number 4 in the second semifinal series of the day. The standing is currently 2-1, Gearbot leading. Let's see who takes game number 4. Cybernetic and Scout, take it away.
I have to say,
All right, so
called it.
Go ahead. All right, Gearbot with the 5th Brigade, probably going to stop quite a bit of burn right at the start. The Albacore as well. Not dropping the Albacore, however, going to get Fenrir some draws, which may be good for him. Not sure about the Type 93, knowing that Albacore is in his hands.
Yeah, I would have definitely.
Oh no, Gearbot writing a note saying "free win" and putting it against the camera.
He said it said CW equals free win, so Commonwealth equals free win.
Yeah. He's going in confident.
The IRL emotes.
Gearbot definitely one of the more animated players that we have here in the finals, giving us a thumbs up as well. Definitely loving the camera. You know, it felt like
I'm pretty sure.
It felt like he was coming in a little bit nervous, but now it seems like he's thriving under the pressure. Sorry to cut you off there, Cybernetic.
No, yeah, I think that Gearbot actually called that that the opponent was going to start playing aggro, considering how well he went with it the second game. So I think he anticipated this move and then just said, all right, I'm going to go Commonwealth. I know 100% that this deck is really good against aggro. It's got many ways of stalling, as you can see here. If you know, Japan relies on the front line so much. So putting out the other guard unit, the 1-5 into the front line is definitely going to put a lot of pressure.
Gearbot with some pins and bombers in his hand now, ready to stop this aggro push.
Oh,
Feeling
good
obviously
RNG there.
feeling very confident about this game.
Yeah, definitely some good RNG there. Question now about what Fenrir wants to do here with the remaining credits he has this turn.
I think he's gonna feel pressure to put it down. Yeah, just like that.
Yeah.
There he's gonna get very good value from the HMS here.
Yeah,
The
I am
guard on
surprised that he.
definitely really lucky for Gearbot to get the two of his guard units 1-5 early in the draft or early in the draw.
Fenrir, plenty of card draw, not too many options coming from it seems. Seems like he's really struggling to crack this turtle that Gearbot has laid before him. Fenrir's hungry. He wants some turtle soup, but Gearbot's fighting, dude. He's a snapper.
I think he might be tempted to use the Crusader at this point, but curious.
Gearbot, I feel definitely in just a much better position at the moment. Not sure Fenrir has too much to even come back from this, honestly.
Yeah, and a great move there, taking the front line away from Fenrir.
Absolutely. Can't even kill the Akita with that. That works, though.
He's gonna get a draw from this, which is gonna be a good play.
Gearbot probably going to start fishing for some healing in his Commonwealth soon.
The Torah
Oh,
value there.
Ooh.
And the Akita damage landing on the HQ.
Ooh, Fenrir with the last rights. Gearbot, not too many hit points. Won't be able to play Commonwealth anytime soon. Still has last rights in his deck. Still has 2 Sirens in his deck that he can pull. And as we saw in the first game, that's all he needed to just close out the game. Okay, he's getting his healing now. Absolutely. Yeah. He's got his
I'm
draw
not sure if
engine
he's
ready.
Not sure if he's going to get enough healing to get back into Commonwealth range, so he might be going for the secondary objective, knowing that Japan doesn't have any healing.
Interesting play here, getting rid of that draw engine. Gearbot stretching his lips out. But another Crusader here in Gearbot's hand, just like the first game, 2 Crusaders. No fear to throw out that first one with the other one in his pocket.
Yeah, I definitely think this is
he
an
does have the
opportunity.
bombing rate as well. But he may
he has
want
to
to
be careful.
use the naval powers. Go ahead.
Yeah, he might have to use one of them just so he doesn't overdraw. So he might use one naval power.
Well, he's not going to overdraw as long as the Crusader's on the board.
No. Sorry. Yeah, no, he's not going to overdraw.
But if he gets a second Crusader out, he definitely runs the risk of overdrawing. I don't think that's what he's trying to do. I think he's trying to heal and cycle and fish for those cards he wants.
He's got 2 options now. Now he's got a decent amount of heal. Still not enough,
The
obviously.
comment coming from Fenrir now.
Yeah, that could be a game changer.
Absolutely. As we all know, Comet, you can play it every turn. 4 damage to face as long as there's no guard. Gearbot shaking his head a little. Maybe not so sure how he's going to deal with that Comet.
Well, there's his guard back.
Now, as you saw, he put that card on the left-hand side to ensure that the guard was going to stay on the right-hand side of the HQ. That was a smart play there.
Fenrir with another Sendai, however, able to put that guard away, but now Gearbot is putting pressure on the HQ with units for the first time. Opting
Wow,
to...
that was really good.
Oh, yeah, that was a good trade. I would have probably not gone for the Crusader, maybe just apply that pressure, but, because you might have a chance of overdrawing, but I think it still was necessary in this case.
It is both of Gearbot's Crusaders out of action now. Gearbot drawing his last rights, however. Maybe going to look for more
Yeah.
cycle to get closer to the bottom of his deck, pulling out way more cards. A nice big buffer for that Comet, which is the only card in Fenrir's hand right now. Oh, he pulled... yeah.
Yeah, so you can see those guard units are very good value, especially just having that one extra defense is all it requires, just to slow down that Comet quite a bit.
Fenrir running out of a lot of cards, going to heal up even more.
He could actually put himself exactly on 30 at this case, and he might actually go for that.
No,
not?
he doesn't have a target to defend anymore.
Yeah, I was surprised that he didn't, because he could literally top deck Commonwealth.
Ooh, that Rising Sun is pretty dead for Fenrir here.
Oh, he did top deck it!
Oh.
Oh, he could have finished it up. That is so
Could have
funny.
finished it. All he needs is a
He's
little heal,
probably-
though.
He's probably
Wow.
shooting now.
He is
This
one
might be
credit
great.
short.
He can't heal. He can't heal. Oh, I bet he's beating himself up because he didn't play that naval support or that naval power.
Last turn.
Are those both of his Sirens in his hand as well?
Yeah. I think it's decide if it's worth doing now. I would be tempted to do it. I'd probably just throw up both the
may just-
Sirens.
Yeah, the last rights in both Sirens, and then play the Commonwealth and just end the game right there.
Oh, you see what he's doing
Opting
now?
to play the Commonwealth here.
Just so you can guarantee the wins. with
Just
the,
trying to
last
get rid
run.
of cards. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Trying to thin his deck.
Fenrir absolutely
Unfortunately-
expecting it. I don't think Fenrir has any options to.
I don't think so either.
This might be it for Gearbot. All he has left is that last rights combo, and 10 damage with last rights. That's nothing.
Yeah. You should probably use it into the other one. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is rough.
But even then, there's one card left for Gearbot,
Yeah.
so
I think it's still worth the risk at this point.
He should probably play his last rights now, I think. Maybe. Or now he can probably stall for another turn.
Yeah, just go for the 4. Maybe get one with Shiram out. Yeah.
yeah.
Gearbot playing it real safe.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I think he should definitely go for the last rights now. Just to kind of speed up the end of the
Yeah.
game here.
There we go. Fenrir.
Oh, yeah, I think
No
that's
options.
going to be game. Yeah.
Absolutely.
The only way that he loses here, right? Well, it doesn't die this turn, is if that one card is the one that gets drawn out of the 8.
It could
That
be a
is
draw
mine.
card, however.
Yeah, it could be.
What did he
See,
get?
oh,
And-
yeah.
nah.
It's the Kamikaze.
There it is.
I think that's
All
game.
right,
He's
that's
lethal
it.
just these cards. The 2 Tauras.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
there we
been
go.
cheeky. Yeah, there he is.
Yeah. There it is.
There it is.
Gearbot
and
with the 3-1.
That's
with-
it.
Looking relieved.
the 3-1. Only the third match that he drops in this tournament. Absolutely fantastic play by Gearbot throughout the tournament. And man, that deck is strong.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How do you beat it?
Wait till the next update where you can't have both of those elites in your deck. That's how you...
Yeah, that's right. Got the answer already in 2 days.
Yeah, it's only a couple of days. But yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at these games, and I think it's a really, really hard deck to deal with. All these small guard cards, especially when you get them that early. I just it's going to be really difficult. But we now know who our finalists are going to be. It's going to be GKZhukov against Gearbot in the finals tomorrow. What do you guys think about that?
I think a lot of people were expecting Drogear versus Gearbot. I feel like everyone was kind of expecting Gearbot to be there, but no, I'm proud of Zhukov. And of course, congrats to all four. Like Thomas
Yeah,
was saying earlier, no shame in losing here. You're in the top
mm,
four. It's a achievement just to be here. And
I agree with that. And seeing how GKZhukov has such limited cards, it's good that he knows how to use those limited cards to make a very competitive deck in the top four. So it was really good effort there, considering
Mhm.
most of the other opponents might have had a full collection there.
Yeah, and I mean that's definitely something that you hear a lot when it comes down to card games is, oh, I need to have all these cards, but GK Zhukov is showing us that you can make a small collection go a really long way if you just spend the
Mm.
time and effort, learning the game and theory crafting. Well, I am extremely excited for the finals tomorrow, and for everybody at home, those start at 7 p.m. GMT. Before we sign off for tonight, though, we're going to go over to Thomas, who is standing by with our second winner of tonight, Gearbot, who will join GKZhukov for the finals tomorrow.
Gearbot, congratulations for being the second finalist and for reaching the finals of the Card World Championship. Well done. What's your first comment on that?
Thank you. That's great. And I did want to play against the GKZhukov too, so that's nice.
Well, a wish comes true. Maybe more than one.
Yeah.
Very nice, very nice. Did you, at any point in the semi-finals, were like, I'm not gonna make it, or were you at any point like super convinced? Yes, this is it.
Yeah, like I was, my confidence was shaken a bit after the second game because I did make a misplay in that game. Yeah, and now I thought maybe he would pick his Commonwealth, and if he won, then he would have his aggro deck, and I would have to answer that with my aggro deck, and it could have gone either way. So I think the misstep was that he picked his aggro, because like even if I would lose against that with my Commonwealth, I could then just play my ramp deck against his Commonwealth and Aragon.
Yeah, that leads me to a good question. How important is it choosing the right deck?
It's very important, yeah.
And
like when the players are this close, it becomes extremely matchup dependent, yeah.
And how do you choose it? Is it like, maybe that player choose this deck, or maybe that?
Yeah, well, it is a lot of mind games, but I tend to start off with the one I just think is best overall against their lineup, and then you of course know they can't play that deck again that they chose, so you can think like, well, this is my weakest deck against that deck, so I just play that now.
Well, and after you have chosen a deck, of course you need to execute and follow your strategy and adapt on what is on the board. You did that perfectly, so congratulations on that as well. Very, very nice. Is there anything you're worried about tomorrow or looking really forward? I mean, you mentioned like, yes,
I mean, the thing I'm most worried about is I think I'm gonna have a really difficult time sleeping tonight. So I'm gonna be really sleep deprived. But I'm guessing that's the same for GKZhukov too, maybe.
What is that? Is that too much partying or too much excitement?
Yeah,
or are you studying?
A bit of everything. No, it's, very exciting, very hyped to be through, and also very nervous to be through, so.
Let's calm the nerves with a little bit of party, right?
Yeah.
All right, and with that, back to our wonderful host, Oli.
Thank you for that, Thomas, and thank you for that, Gearbot, and congratulations for making it to the finals. I do hope you get some sleep for tonight. For the last time tonight, let's bring our two fantastic community casters back on here. Guys, I just want to give you guys an opportunity to sign off for the night. You've done absolutely a tremendous job casting these games. Thank you once again for making the time and space in your lives for joining us in this broadcast. You've, like I said, been absolutely terrific. So I'll let you guys sign off in style.
Well, it's been great to be here. A wonderful opportunity to cast for cards, especially because I'm just coming back from a long break too, and it's great to be back in this quickly and get to cast for you guys. Oh, Cyber with his canteen, very stylish.
All right, and for myself, I also wanted to give thanks to, obviously, you, Ollie. You've been an amazing host. You kept it all smooth and together and, handed it off really well. So thank you for that. And obviously, thanks for the dev team for making such an amazing gaming community for us to be wanting to do something like this to help you guys out. You know what I mean?
Well, I can say, at least from my perspective, and I know I share, everybody here shares my sentiment. It is absolutely our pleasure, and we just hope that Cards can be a game that grows and grows and has a long life ahead of it. But that is it for us tonight. These semifinals are over. What is left is just the finals. Those will happen tomorrow, starting at 7 p.m. GMT. I'm Ólafur Hrafn Steinarsson, and I've been your host for tonight. See you tomorrow. Good night.